Згортай.
Згортай. І можна починати, так? Окей. Hello. Hi. So today I will try to comment round 1 from chorus tournament in Wijk. So as I see games not started yet, okay, it's quite usual for first round that there is some delay. Okay. They started. Okay, so Yesipenko Carlsen. We can see so Queen's Gambit, Knight c3 played Yesipenko, and Magnus is thinking. Well, so, just a moment. How to come refresh? Caruana Karyakin. Caruana white, Karyakin black. Not so usual opening. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5. So c takes d5. What it means? Only explanation. Okay, probably not only explanation. I wanted to say that probably Caruana wanted to avoid Vienna variation with knight c3 immediately d takes c4. Just a moment, some problem is. Yes, d takes c4. e4, bishop b4. But okay, there are other options. For example, c5 is also possible, and after c takes d5, the most popular move, black has choice to take knight takes d5 or takes on d4 immediately, which is quite popular now. For example, after this, e4, d takes c4, queen takes d8, king takes d8, knight g5, bishop e6, as demonstrated Wensley. So it's not so easy for white to show a way to advantage. You asking me if I will check Anish Giri? Of course, I will check all of games today, so we have time. I will annotate online. So, but okay, so I don't know what wanted to avoid Fabiano Caruana after immediately knight c3. So he took on d5. So according to theory, this is not the main line, because now it's more easy to develop bishop from c8. So knight c3 he played now, and now black has no ideas with d takes c4 or take knight takes d5 in some moment later. But okay, now it's more easy to develop his bishop from c8 to f5 or even g4. Okay, immediately it's not so good, because after bishop f5, queen b3 is possible. Also, it's also not so clear. Bishop f5, it's possible here, and queen b3, knight c6. It's position from my game against the Ferretarash. Okay, it's okay. I will come back to this question. It's interesting, but this line is possible as well. Morozevich played against me, but okay. So Karyakin played c6, more solid line. We should promote this. So bishop f4, according to theory, the most popular move is bishop c2, queen c2, to prevent bishop f5. And after g6, bishop g5. After bishop e7, bishop f6, bishop f6, e4. Also after d takes e4, queen takes e4, king f8, black has no special problem. After bishop c4, they have choice. Bishop f5 is possible immediately, or king g7 and the castle, and then bishop e6 is equality. So bishop f4, it's okay, it's hardly novelty, but it's quite a rare line, and now Sergei is thinking, so his choice is bishop f5 is of course possible, or bishop d6 is possible as well now. So after bishop f5, quite typical idea is h3 to prepare g4 in some moment probably. After bishop d6, white has choice to take on d6 or to keep tension with bishop g3. So this is choice of Sergei now. So bishop d6, or of course bishop e7, it's possible as well. If e3, black has bishop f5. If queen c2, black has g6. It's also possible. Well, yes, he played bishop d6. So now we will see what will do Fabiano. So surely he is still in preparation. Of course, all moves are very natural and was played many times. Yes, he took on d6, and now after exchange of bishops, white has choice how to develop his bishop. e3 is possible. Idea to prepare bishop d3 or bishop e2 or g3. e3 he played. Okay, quite standard position, so Carlsbad structure. And nothing special, so let's see another game. Okay, Yesipenko Carlsen, knight c3, c6, so now black has choice. And if white wants, they can play same position, cd, ed, bishop f4. But more popular moves are e3 or bishop g5. e3. So now black has choice to play knight bd7 and Meran variation, or to play a6 variation, which Alekhine played against Abe in his match in 1935, and many years later Vichy Anand played against Boris Gelfand in World Championship, but Magnus played knight bd7. You can see. So nothing special yet, but okay, I will put moves here. So knight c3, c6, e3, knight bd7. And now there are two moves. Okay, bishop d2 is possible as well, but the most popular moves now it's bishop d3, allow Meran variation with d takes c4 and b5, or queen c2, anti-Meran. When bishop, there is question when bishop is on f5, it is not always good. Okay, it's you mean here e3, bishop d3 is possible plan, but it doesn't bring any special advantage for white. So sometimes white trying to utilize another plans with h3, g4, something like this. If e3, okay, knight bd7, for example, bishop d3 takes, bishop e7, and at the moment black has idea knight h5. Immediately knight h5, bishop g5 was possible. So white can play h3 to prepare h2 square for bishop in case of knight h5. So castle, okay, quite standard position, approximately equal. So white has more chances to fight for advantage if bishops are in the board. For example, if white has bishop on d3, black has bishop on c8, or even on e6 with some variation. No, h3, yes. Okay, it's possible, but I agree that it not brings special advantage. But okay, it's just a playable plan, nothing more. Why Deferter Tarash? I don't know. Probably in classical Tarash, not so pleasant to play with isolated pawn in some lines. For example, not everybody likes to play. This. It has. Sorry. For example, this. Normal Tarash. For example, even this is possible. Now after d4, knight a4 is coming. After bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, queen a5, queen d2, so queen takes c5, e3, this. Slightly better for white. So not everybody likes to play this. Also, white has other option. For example, bishop d2 is possible after queen takes c5, e3 is possible, or rook c1 firstly and then e3. So it's also quite pleasant type of position for white with two bishops, and not so easy to play in classical line after g3. Knight f6, bishop g2, and now, okay, now black has choice. Bishop e7, old move, and modern plan is c takes d4, line of double, bishop c5, knight b3, if knight b3, bishop b6. And now idea of black is if knight takes d5 immediately, black has bishop e6. Take on b6, it's a little bit dangerous for white because black can take on d1 and take on b6, and bishop plays b3 is threat. If white plays e4, black has contraplay with bishop g4. It's idea. Okay, so after queen c2, as I see, Andrei played queen c2 and Magnus played b6. Another very popular line here, it's bishop d6, of course. After bishop d6, white has big choice. Many moves is possible, so depends what whites want. So b3 is possible, bishop d3, bishop e2 is possible. Okay, bishop e2, bishop d3, it can be same if black taking on c4. But if black don't take, it can be different. So, for example, after bishop d3, castle, castle. Now b6 is hardly good because white can take, and after c takes d5, knight b5, it's very unpleasant. After e takes d5, e4. Black is in big trouble. So after d takes e4, knight takes e4, pawns c6 and h7 are hanging. So if bishop is on e2, black can play this, and now b6. Now after cd, ed, nothing terrible for black. Also, Karpov played e4 here against me. Takes. It's theoretical position. Rook d1 and go on. Okay, we'll see what is going on in other games. Giri Pragnanda, two Indians. Okay, Giri living in Holland, but his father is from Nepal. It's quite close to India. So, English opening. Let's put c4, e5, g3, c6, knight f3, e4, knight d4, d5. Theoretical position. Another popular line after c6 is d4, and usually black playing e4 because this position, according to theory, it's quite playable for black in this. Okay, so knight f3 played Anish Giri, e4, knight d4, d5, c takes d5, queen takes d5, knight c2. e3 it's also possible. e3 played Shankland against Karyakin. It's another possible line. So knight c2, knight f6, knight c3, queen e5, bishop g2, knight a6. What is my next tournament? Well, I don't know. I hope to play, but I have no concrete plan, at least. About Firouzja, okay, he is not participant on tournament, on current tournament now, so I would prefer to speak about games which we can see and about players who is playing now in Wijk. Of course, Firuza is a very good player, and when he will play tournament, when I will comment his games, I will try to explain ideas of his moves. No, I never calculated my rating with such a big attention as you suppose. Okay, it's pleasant to have, but it's not something like my idea fix. Okay, and 2017, it's not something that I consider like maximum. So more important, just start to play. It's it's not so easy. Okay, so knight a6, castle, bishop e7, and very original move, knight e1. So knight e1, it's not human move. So it's, for example, if human player playing this position, thinking, so it's knight e1, it's not the move which he or she will consider in first kill. So there are many natural moves, so b3, a3, rook b1, knight e3 probably. Knight e1, okay, so it's something quite original. Not so easy to understand what is idea if black is just castling. So okay, maybe white wants to prepare f3 and take with knight and trying to occupy the center. Okay, I'm not so sure that this is so strong for white if black is playing in natural style, for example. There is some strange idea. Knight takes e4 and f4, but not in this position. In some position was such idea, but probably with knight on e3. But also doesn't work. But I remember it was Navarra played something like this. Knight takes e4 and f4, temporarily piece sacrifice. Okay, but for example, if castle, if f3, okay, for example, I'm taking primitively and playing queen h5, black is prepared for bishop h3, so I don't know why it is bad for black, but okay, probably it were some games which I don't know, or probably after castle, white can play d4 and knight takes d3, but okay, okay, maybe this position is slightly better for white, but I also not totally sure about this. Or for example, black can play queen h5, okay, knight f4. If queen a5 now, bishop d2, okay, maybe, okay, but the black can come back, for example. What achieved white? I don't know. Okay, so there is some theory which I'm unfortunately not familiar. Queen a4 was threat. Here queen a4, but okay, why this is threat? Black has knight c5 with Stampy or bishop f5 and later knight c5. So I don't think that queen a4 is serious idea in this position. Even b5 is possible. No, queen a4 it's something strange for me. Sorry. I think after castle, Anish prepared another move. So d4 or f4, or f3, but hardly queen a4. Yes. Okay. So very complicated, but Pragananda didn't play castle. He played knight b4 and f3 is natural move. And now, okay, I'm not sure that knight b4 is same useful move for black like castle. After e takes f3, knight takes f3. I mean, so from human reason, looks like castle is more. Make your camera bigger. Okay, uh, how to make camera bigger? I don't know. I will try to do it during 15 minutes break. Okay, now I don't know how how to make camera bigger. Unfortunately, I am not expert in IT technologies. So, okay, which games we have? Okay, so Yesipenko Carlsen, what is going on? Bishop d3, nothing special. So, Caruana, b6 he played, very a little bit original. So, castle, queen c2, b6. So, b6, it's not typical move for Carlsbad structure. So, bishop e6. More natural and then knight bd7, something like this. Or even bishop g4, it's possible to provoke knight e5 and then bishop e6 and try to play knight bd7. So b6 it's possible as well, but the idea of b6 to prepare bishop a6, I think. But because of this, rook c1 is very logical. Idea that white is not hurry to make move with bishop f1 to have possibility if bishop a6, bishop takes a6 without losing time. For example, after bishop e2, bishop a6, bishop takes a6, white losing the time. So rook c1 is useful move. And if, for example, black is playing rook e8. After rook c1, white can make another useful move like a3 or h3, and after bishop a6 to take on a6 and castle. Okay, so nothing special. Double Mamediaro. very sharp, something very, very sharp. Okay, so black has extra pawn and okay, so something very sharp. Okay, I will try to put in the board d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, g3, d takes c4, bishop g2, b5. Also possible now to play knight bd7 with idea to prevent knight e5. I played knight bd7 against Oleg Romanishin. It was castle, b5. He played bishop g5, bishop b7, a4. And now I played bad move b4, and after b4, knight e4, c5, knight fd2, white is better. So b4 was my blunder. I don't recommend to repeat it. So after a4, according to theory, black has two good moves. So a6 is possible with idea if knight e5, queen c8, or queen b6 is possible as well. Well, but okay, so Mamediarov played b5 immediately. He allowed to play knight e5. Oleg Romanishin played knight e5 even here, with idea after bishop b5 to play bishop g2, avoid line knight bd7. And okay, knight d7 is possible, knight takes c4, b5, knight e3. It's another theoretical line. And if opponents start with knight bd7, instead of bishop g2 d takes c4, also possible to play queen d3, which Oleg Romanishin played many times. For example, bishop e7, bishop g2, castle, castle, b6, e4. If bishop a6, b3. Or black has option a5. And if somebody interested with a5 line, I recommend to see a game between Vladimir Kramnik and David Baramidze. So it's another theoretical line, but okay, so d takes c4, bishop g2, b5, knight e5, merhaba, nasılsın, a6. a6, okay, another possible move here is knight d5, of course. So knight d5, for example, castle, bishop b7. It's another possible line. If a4, a6, if e4, knight takes c3, b takes c3, knight d7. Now white has choice between knight g4, bishop f4, or f4. Three moves is possible. And many games. Bridge session. Okay, maybe. Okay, so but what we have in the game, he played a6, also standard idea. After knight takes c6, black has queen b6, and they are prepared to develop his bishop to b7. Okay, not so clear. d5 necessary to consider, but as I remember, something very similar was in my game against Shirov with white. So I took on c6 and played d5, but I am not totally sure that was exactly. What was name? David Baramidze. In line with queen d3 and black played b6 and a5. David Baramidze was played in Dortmund tournament. I don't remember which year, but David Baramidze. Nightclub. Okay, so let's come back to the game because I'm explaining in detail. So a6, Dubov didn't take, he just castled. Bishop b7, very natural. He played b3. It's another theoretical line. b4. In this line, important game was Vladimir Kramnik against Anish Giri. Anish took on b3. A takes b3. Anish played bishop e7. Bishop b2 played Kramnik, and after castle, Kramnik played queen c2. According to Kramnik, queen c2 is inaccuracy here, and after queen c2, black can equalize game with knight bd7. What is idea? So obviously black wants to take on e5 and simplify the position. If take on c6, it doesn't bring any advantage. If, for example, knight takes, bishop takes, rook c8. White cannot keep two bishop advantage because after rook takes a6, knight b8 is possible. Or maybe even b4 is possible, and if knight somewhere, knight b8. And if bishop b7, rook c7, of course, and then after b4, white will lose the piece. So only way to avoid material losses is to take on d7, but after queen takes d7, black has no problem at all because white cannot take on a6 because b4. So if queen d3, for example, black can just defend his pawn. Queen b7, rook c6. And if another capture, I mean bishop takes c6, black has a good answer, queen c8, which allow equalize the game. So according to modern theory, queen c2 is not the best. White can keep pressure only with knight e4. Knight e4 is more precise, not allow idea with knight d7. And this position is not so pleasant for black. I remember Alexander Moiseyenko won nice game with white in this variation. Okay, so b3, b4, knight a4, c3. Of course, instead of knight e4, it's important to check line b takes c4, b takes c3, rook b1. It's something really complicated. So white is piece down, but initiative is pretty unpleasant. So I don't know what is the best move for black now. Probably rook a7 even. But after rook a7, okay, maybe rook a7 it's the best. But what is this? I don't know. For example, after bishop e3 with threat d5. Okay, but I think both analyzed this line. I'm not sure about rook a7, but because and also Vladimir Kramnik analyzed this position when he played against before played this against Giri. Well, so b takes c4 was interesting alternative, but Daniel prefers knight a4. I think not in the board, but during his preparation. So c3, knight c4, it's not so natural for me, so a3 it's probably more natural, but after a3, a5, okay, knight c5 it's possible to consider. So white has many options here, but knight c4 not so usual move because knight is very strong on e5, so nobody attack this knight. So for me, not so obvious white need to hurry with knight c4. But okay, this move was played. And now, okay, probably white has some concrete reason with ideas with knight b6, or if knight bd7, probably bishop f4 is idea with later knight d6 check, something like this. So, okay, a5 is very natural move to extra defend pawn b4, a3, play double. I think he's still on analyze because all moves are very natural. And bishop a6 played Mamediaro. With knight bd7, I think bishop f4 was idea of Daniel. And then knight d6. So bishop a6 he played. I don't know what is. Okay, probably idea how to explain. Some variation white are ready to play knight c5. So after bishop a6, knight c5 is not so strong because black always can take knight c4 immediately, or after bishop takes c5, d takes c5 firstly. Okay, but of course white has no obligation to penetrate on c5 middle, so bishop f4. Very natural developing move, and we have very interesting and complicated positions. Black should do something. Probably knight d5 is possible, but if knight d5, okay, possible reaction is bishop e5, for example. If knight d5, bishop e5 is possible. And if f6, even e4, it's necessary to consider. So very messy position and very interesting one. Okay, so let's see what is going on in another game. So Duda rapport. This is going. So d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, bishop f4. So this opening Gata Kamsky played against me successfully in our match. Now I played c6 here, and after e3, bishop f5, c4, e6, I played terrible. So queen b3, now queen c8 probably the best, which Bahadur Jabava. Bishop b1, it's possible, but I don't like such move in the opening. So, but okay, it's better than what I played, because I played queen b6, queen c8 probably better. And after c5, I took here, played a6, he played b4, I played rook c8, he played h3 to prevent knight h5, I played bishop e7, he played knight d2, bishop d8, knight b3. And now I played bishop c7, and after takes b5, my position is losing already. Well, at least very bad. So it's the only example how it's bad to play in this opening. But how to play good? Okay, according to modern theory, the best c5, and if e3, knight c6, and after knight bd2, queen b6, very complicated lines. D takes c5, queen takes b1. So this lines. So and here queen. Okay, here white can take this immediately. Check from a5 before is possible. If, for example, e6, white can play even this. If queen a5 check, king e2, and then rook d1 or rook c1. Okay, white lost possibility of castle, but other trumps in favor of white in this position. So bishop takes b1. I don't like line. Okay, let's come back. So after bishop f4, bishop f5, c4, e6. So he's playing without c6, Richard. So e6, probably, if queen b3, probably he wants knight c6, with idea if queen takes b7, knight b4, something like this. Okay, it doesn't seem like so obvious. For example, here, knight h3, I don't know what is this, it's something complicated. But surely he has, probably after queen b3, other moves, maybe even d takes c4 is possible. If queen takes b7, bishop e4, queen takes c7, or something like this may be possible. Knight c6, something like this, with some kind of compensation. Okay, so queen b3, it's a quite sharp line. But Duda didn't play queen b3. He played firstly e3, solid move, knight bd7. So the difference that he doesn't play c6. I mean difference if compare with my game against Kamsky. Queen b3 played Duda. More natural seems knight c3, but probably after knight c3, idea of Richard was to play bishop b4. And if queen b3, c5, and then queen a5, very similar to Westphalian variation, I mean, this line. c5 and then queen a5 is coming, but bishop on c8, so now bishop on f5. So bishop on f5 is more active, but probably in some variation white has idea d takes c5 and knight d4, so it's not so clear. But okay, so what played so bishop f4 I will promote. Bishop f5, c4, e6, queen b3. So queen b3 didn't. e4, knight bd7. So now he played queen b3. So if immediately bishop b4, probably idea of white is knight bd2. And then a3, and if black is taken, take with knight. So black probably wanted to provoke knight on c3 and now played bishop b4 and then c5 and queen a5 and try to create contraplay. Well, but queen b3, so there is no bishop b4 anymore, but sorry. Queen b3 here. He played. So black has no bishop b4 anymore, and white wants to play knight c3 and create pressure on the center. Yes, okay, bishop takes b1, it's very rarely good line for black, so probably there are some exceptions, but in general, if black is taken on b1, it seems that position will be worse. So they can give some check from a5 on b4, but even if white is losing possibility of castle, it's not enough compensation for two bishops advantage and control in the center. So, okay, after queen b3, Richard played bishop b6. So, takes on b7 is hardly dangerous for him because he has idea rook b8 and rook take b2. So bishop g3 he played. Castle immediately. D takes c4 immediately. Okay, d takes c4, probably it means that he afraid idea c5 after castle, probably. So castle looks like possible, but now c5 is possible for white. If bishop takes g3, white has some pressure in queen side. Oh, it's not so obvious line, I would consider. Idea with c6, b6, knight b8, but knight e5. Okay, I don't know, knight g4. It's question if black has enough time to attack pawn c6. It's not clear, but probably takes, and now bishop d3 is possible. Try to utilize weakness here. And if h6, okay, it's maybe even f3. It's possible. Black has also trouble with his bishop. After bishop f5, takes, knight c3, and white is better. Then queen takes d5 after knight takes c6. So something like this. So black liquidate idea c4, c5 immediately, and after bishop takes c4, rook b8 he played. And we see this position. Yes, c takes d5 is also possible, but after c takes d5, he has knight takes d5. I mean, in this position. So I don't think that c takes d5 is so strong. Bishop d3. So knight takes d5, I think it's normal reaction and idea to prepare c5 in the future. So if, for example, knight c3, black can take, for example, if b takes c3, take here. Okay, it's not forced, there are other movements, play c5 is idea, queen a5 somehow to create contraplay. So I think positionally c5 is more unpleasant threat for black than c takes d5, but okay, it's probably matter of taste. Okay, he took on c4, he played rook b8. Of course, castle immediately was possible, but I don't know if rook b8 probably he has concrete idea. Okay, more natural looks castle, and after knight c3, rook b8, something like this. But probably idea of rook b8 that if white is playing knight c3 now, he played this knight c3. Now, okay, castle is normal move, but black can also consider this possibility now. And white cannot take the pawn, because if knight takes b5, bishop takes g3, and next move will be a6. If bishop takes b5, bishop takes g3, and next move will be c6. So white will lost a piece. So, okay, maybe there is some compensation, but at least not obvious how. Of course, after b5, it's not necessary to take something. After b5, white can just play bishop e2, normal move, and simply play this position. Okay, so Richard is thinking now. So he has choice between castle or b5. We will see what. Okay, so we did Shantland, another Carlsbad structure. Okay, let's see. Hello, d4, d5, c4, e6. Okay, c3, knight f6, takes, bishop g5, c6, e3, bishop e7, bishop d3, very normal, castle. And now usually white is playing queen c2 or knight f3 or knight g2 is possible as well. Knight g2 played Alekhine against Capablanca. But I'm not sure that in this position. Maybe in this position, but I need to check. Maybe it was knight d7 instead of castle. I'm not totally sure. Because I remember this position. In this position, Alekhine played knight g3. It was decisive game from their match in Buenos Aires 1927. So knight g3 played Alekhine here. Also, at the moment, popular moves are queen c2 or castle. But Alekhine played knight g3 with idea if h6 to have h4. And for this time, if it was novelty. Okay, but h3. Okay, h3. So h3, it's flexible move. So white is making useful move, and still there are possibility knight ge2 or knight f3. But as we can see that he will go to f3 with queen. So, okay, knight e8, it's not necessary move. I'm not claiming that this is bad move, of course. It's okay. But more natural is to play rook e8, for example, or knight bd7 immediately. Standard plan. Rook e8, knight f8, and then knight e6, something like this. So knight e8, it's not the most natural move, but of course it's possible. Okay, so to have lesson with me, it's not necessary to have 2,300. So I'm doing lessons with players who has less rating than 2,300. So knight e8 he played. Okay, he wants to exchange bishops. Bishop f4, bishop d6, queen f3. Obvious idea, white wants to take with queen. So queen f6, knight g2, bishop takes f4. Nothing special, now white has choice. It's possible to take on f4 with queen, possible to take on f4 with knights. We'll see what we did. We'll play. Okay, e takes f4, it's hardly can be considered like serious alternative because white has no reason to spoil his pawn structure by this way. And what else? Knight takes f4 he took. What else? And last game, yes, I see. One Forest against Grandelius. So Spanish. e4, e5, knight, bishop, knight, d3, d6, c3. Okay, after d3, another possible move is bishop c5. Indirectly, idea to defend indirectly pawn e5. And now after bishop takes c6, d takes c6, it's very standard position, of course. Knight takes e5, queen d4 is bad for white. So d6, c3, g6, it's popular theoretical position. Castle, bishop g7, rook e1. Another possible plan is bishop g5 and then knight bd2. Or even here, bishop g5 is totally possible. If h6, bishop h4. But okay, knight bd2, rook e8, knight f1, b5, bishop c2. Okay, all moves are pretty standard, and now d5 is possible move for black. And many games. Uh, Even I played with black against Vladimir Akopian. I played d5. And a5, it's not so standard move by Grandelius. So d5 is knight b8 is possible idea, and then knight bd7 in Breyer variation style. So a5, it's for me something new. Okay, yeah, not a new idea, but exactly in this position I don't remember somebody strong played a5. But like idea, exists variation like this, for example. Castle, bishop e7, rook e5, rook e1, this, and now a5. And now d3 is possible, and if d4, a4, bishop c2, bishop d7, it was my game against Magnus Carlsen. It is slightly better. So this is example where a5 is playing. I need to improve light probably. But okay, he played a5 in a different situation. a5 and one Forest played bishop g5, very natural reaction. Now black should demonstrate what was idea of a5. I think after h6 white will play bishop h4 to prepare knight e3. Okay, a4 is possible, but after a4 black need to follow even c4 idea. I don't know if it is strong or not. Of course white has knight e3, some normal moves, but c4 is very concrete idea to utilize a5, a4 and b5 pawns like target for attack, something like this, but it's so strong. If b takes c4, bishop takes a4, my idea. But okay, bishop a6 is possible. Okay, after bishop a6, knight e3. So I don't know. Okay, c4, it's a very responsible move because now black knight from c6 has squares b4 and d4. So more solid for white looks knight e3. Yes, h6 he played. h6, and now I expect bishop h4, because bishop takes f6 hardly logical in this position. So bishop h4 looks like the most natural. So we have openings from all games. I explained it more or less, and now I think it's time for 15 minutes break. So I will come back in 15 minutes. Так, звук я включив. Тепер що я маю сюди? Просто.
Треба чекати.
Що? To Windows, ага. Там, тут, ага. Окей. Світло. Що? Окей. So I am here again, so we will see. I hope it's possible. Just a moment. It was a request about camera. Just a moment. Okay. Just a moment. Там щось просили. Не можна, не можна все. Я щось позакривав там. Окей. Okay, so everybody can hear me and see me fine, I hope, right? Please confirm me that it's possible to hear me. Okay, so Bishop h4, as I predict, of course. Is it possible? Yes, okay. So let's go back to the game. So now Bishop h4, so Yesipenko Carlsen. So Meran variation, so e6, b3, Bishop b7, it's theoretical position. Bishop b2, c5 immediately. Okay, c5. But black g6. Okay. What about now? Is it okay or not? Can somebody answer to my question? Okay. Okay, so about this position I explained more or less. White is slightly better, standard position. Nothing special. For this pawn structure, I recommend to see my game against Anton Gehari from Chess Olympiad in Batumi. Okay, so Dubov Mamedyarov, the most sharp game from round one. So after Bishop f4, Mamedyarov played Bishop b5. Okay, let's go. Bishop g2. That's on knight d5. a6. Bishop b5 he played. Okay, my prediction was knight d5. It's also possible alternative, but Bishop b5, it's another line. So the reason of Bishop b5 is protect firmly pawn c6 and defend against Bishop takes b8, Rook takes b8, Bishop takes c6 idea. What do you think about Igor Samunenko? Okay, I have seen only a few games of Igor, so I have no clear opinion about him. Okay, I heard that he is very talented, very possible, of course, but I have seen only few of his game, and he is not participant from Wijk at the moment. Okay, so after bishop b5, e4 played Daniel. Okay, knight c5 was possible to consider. I don't know. What is this? For example, knight c5. I don't know why Daniel didn't play. Okay, looks like tempting move because a takes b4 now is idea. So after bishop takes c5, d takes c5. For example, if this, bishop takes c4, b takes c4, and b3, and d3. And it looks like good for white. But okay, not so clear because a4 is possible. Rook takes c3 and castle, for example. This. Rook takes c3, castle. Position is not clear because b3 pawn is quite strong. Okay, I don't know if it's really force in line, but just illustration. So, but e4 played Daniel. Bishop e7, quite natural. And black just want to finish his development, and knight b6. So rook is attacked, and the most natural move for black is rook a6. Also maybe, okay, rook a7, a takes b4. And black cannot take with pawn. So after a takes b4, they need to take with bishop. Okay, probably not so bad to take with bishop as well. So it's not obvious. Okay, in this position, hardly something can be obvious. So position is very wild, and require very precise play for both. So now, okay, I don't think that black can sacrifice his exchange. So rook, okay, rook a7, a takes b4, bishop takes b4 is one possibility. And another possibility, rook a6. But I'm trying to understand what is idea after rook a6. Not so easy question. Maybe d5 even possible. It's very sharp and not convincing for me. For example, d5, it takes, c takes d5, e takes d5, rook takes b6, d6. Okay, if not d5, what else? a4 is possible, of course. But what is this? For example, a4, okay, rook takes b6, for example. Knight takes b6 is bad because bishop takes f1.
Сейчас вылить.
Okay, so I'm here. Somebody can hear me or or see me. Okay. So as I see a4 in the board, so okay, according of my evaluation, black is quite fine after rook takes b6, but probably bishop takes c4 is possible as well. After knight takes c4 castle also. But okay, now white has compensation after queen d3, for example. And black has only one pawn up, so rook takes b6 he played. Mamediaro prefers to have 2 pawns up. And, as I explained, not so easy to demonstrate sufficient compensation for white in this position, because black has 2 pawns up and pawn c3, it's very strong. What is ideas for white? Okay, probably something like queen d3, castle, knight e5. Threat. Knight takes c6, and if queen b6, knight c4 is possible to try to check if black agree to draw or not. So if queen d8 is possible, draw. If queen a7, probably bishop e3, then d5, something like this. Okay, it doesn't seem to me like convincing, but at the moment I'm not ready to demonstrate clear idea how to play with white in this position, because what black should do, it's more or less obvious. They need to castle and consolidate pieces, and what should do white. Okay, of course it's possible to play something like queen d3 and after castle rook fd1 and to have a face that everything is okay. Okay, white still have compensation. Okay, somewhere pawn a5 is weak, somewhere pawn c6 is weak. And now, if, for example, h6, here calmly play h4, and to be sure that there is some compensation here, but for me it's not obvious. Another idea, okay, it's instead of rook fd1 to play rook a2, and then rook fe1, try to attack the pawn c5, pawn a5. So it's also possible idea. Or maybe even possible to play rook a2 immediately. If castle, queen a1, because queen takes d4. Okay, it's risky, but maybe necessary to check. I'm not sure that this is bad move, because after rook d1, black has queen c5, and white cannot win the queen, because if queen e3, queen h5 is possible. So at the moment black has 3 pawns up, and okay, white still have some compensation. Position still not clear. For example, bishop f3, it's possible with idea bishop e3. I don't know what. Of course, queen takes d4 is not only move. Bishop takes b8 and takes on a5. Okay, it's a big concession for white, and so main trump of white is 2 bishops here, so takes here. I think black is simply better after queen takes b8, knight takes a5, queen c7. Knight is attacked if e5, knight d5. if knight c4, just castle, and black has pawn up and better position. No, I don't think that Daniel will take on b8. So I think he will try to attack rook a2, queen a1, or rook a2, queen b3. So something like this. Okay, we'll see. Anyway, it's a very interesting game. So Caruana Karyakin, what is rapport? He played b5 immediately without castle. So let's see. So as I explained it now, b5 is not necessary. The castle was totally possible, but probably after castle, okay, b5 it's the same like in the game. But in the game we can see that white didn't castle yet, so probably white wants to be prepared for bishop takes g3, h takes g3, open this line for rook. So castle was flexible move. But okay, Richard preferred b5, bishop e2, castle, and now castle is natural for white, but Jan Krzysztof preferred rook d1, also a reasonable move. But for me looks more natural castle with idea to play rook f d1 and rook a c1, but okay, it's matter of taste. So rook d1 he played, queen e7, logical move. Probably black wants to prepare c5 immediately or after bishop takes h3, h takes g3, and now white has choice. So, interesting position. Castle is possible to consider. Also possible to consider knight h4 with idea to attack the bishop and exchange them. So knight h4 is logical alternative. Very standard move when black has bishop on f5. Okay, so complicated position. What is Anish? Bishop h4, bishop h4 here, bishop h4. Okay, let me see. Okay, what can I say? I think black has many good moves because e4 is not a big threat. So if e4 and bishop g6, e5 is threat, so bishop h4 was logical. But at the moment after e4, black always have b4. So for example, black can play c5, just ignore it. And if e4, b4, it's unpleasant, and this position looks like good for black intuitively. So bishop h4 not seems me like very logical move because of this trick. Also black can play h6 to prepare g5, and if e4, b4 is coming again. So I don't think that bishop h4 is the best move in this position. So my prediction is castle on knight h4. Okay, what about Giri? Was English opening. So knight e1, knight b4, f3. So now we can see idea. So white wants to play e4 and have advantage in the center. Bishop f5, it's logical, but after bishop f5, white can change. Instead. No. D4 I expected after castle, but after knight b4, d4, e takes d4, so knight takes d3, knight takes d3, black has no problem at all. So I expected f3 after castle, but not after knight b4. So this is important difference. So now d4, yes. Okay, maybe now it's possible to play the same, but I'm not sure. What is this? Okay, maybe playable as well, because white wants to play e4, and if c5, d5, and then e4 to try the original position. Okay, maybe even after castle f3 is possible. But bishop f5 also possible to consider. After f takes, black should take obviously with bishop. Knight takes e4 is bad because rook takes f5. It's easy, but with bishop takes e4. This. Rook takes f6, bishop g2 is good for black, so knight takes e4. D4 is possible. D4 is big. If queen e6, rook takes f6, so this is just a rubbish, so black cannot play this. So bishop f5 is bad move, so f3, so after f3, maybe knight c5 is alternative. Also, why not play knight c5? This looks like reasonable choice, because now if b4, queen d4 check is idea. And if f takes e4, I will take with knight from c5, it's playable position. Also complicated. Knight c7, knight d5, it's also possible, but a little bit slow, and black has no control. D3 square, so knight b4 looks more concrete idea. But okay, so what he played, so knight b4 he played, f3 he played, he takes, knight f3, queen h5, d4, of course not e4, because knight d3 is possible, so f3 e3, okay, interesting maybe, also to consider this as well. D takes e3, bishop c5, something like this. But the question, for example, if I'm just playing this, what is this? With bishop e3, I will play king h1 and then knight d3. Okay, necessary to check position is quite complicated. Knight d3, for example. Queen e7. Maybe black is just good. Takes. Oh. Now black is good after bishop e3. Okay, probably after e3, white should do something else. Okay, maybe possible to start with this, and after bishop takes e3 to play knight d3. Now knight takes d3 is forced, queen takes d3, queen takes d3, sorry, and then white is prepared for e4. If bishop c1, rook takes c1 and then e4. If bishop goes somewhere, e4 and then f4, probably something like this. Different type of... Okay, e3 was possible, but it's not like nightmare for white. So e takes f3, knight takes f3, queen h5, d4, knight b d5, e4. So knight b d5 is idea to prevent e4, but Giri playing e4. So pawn sacrifice, rook e1. Now white has obvious compensation because black king is not cast. So knight takes c3, it's impossible because rook takes e7, king takes e7, queen e1 check, and then queen takes c3. So black need... Okay, go with knight, it looks like extremely dangerous because bishop a3 is coming, so black should protect his knight with bishop or with pawn. So f5 or bishop f5. There are two moves which necessary to consider. After bishop f5, bishop a3, maybe, but okay, let's see if I'm just take knight h4. I'm just take rook. Okay, it's not convincing because I have even long castle, and then when you take on f5, I can take good c3. So no, I don't think that bishop a3 is the best idea. Okay, but what else? White has many moves. Queen d3. It's possible, for example. Queen c2 maybe. Well, for example, queen c2. What is wrong? What's this move? If knight takes g3, my idea is to play queen b3, attack also on b7. Or even take firstly on e7 and then bishop a3 check. So white has many ideas instead of... yes, knight takes g3, okay. Okay, for example, I can take and check. Or instead of check, queen b2 is possible. There are many threats. Knight is hanging. Pawn b7. Okay, maybe bishop e4, but yes, maybe black is not losing, but it's very, very dangerous to play in such style with black. Maybe f5 is more solid. With idea of queen b3, queen f7, exchange queens and give pawn back somehow and try to defend this position. Okay, so it looks like Anish, sorry, Yanish, it's inventor of f5 in Spanish, Carl Yanish. So white has very good compensation, and okay, and black needs to be extremely precise. Without precise play, it's possible to lose with black very quickly in this position. Okay, what Magnus doing? So DCBC. Okay, so standard position. I will try consider this more closely. So D4, D5, C4, E6, knight C3, C6, knight C3, knight F6, E3, knight BD7. Queen B3, Queen F7 was my idea. Exchange of queens and defense somehow. So B6. Okay, bishop D6. We will have same position. B3 castle, bishop B2, C5. Bishop F5. Say DC, DC. So now we have this on the board. So and what to play? Okay, first of all, we can consider captures. So bishop takes d7. Okay, Andrei played knight a4, very logical move. So if bishop takes d7, my idea was if knight takes d7 is bad because knight takes d5, so queen takes d7, and now knight a4 with threat knight b6, but black has serious contraplay with d4, very standard idea if knight b6, queen g4. So now bishop takes f3 is threat, so h3 also. I don't know what is this. If queen h5, knight takes c8 is possible. Okay, probably this is not forcing line at all. So after knight a4, probably black has something else, but maybe this one is possible. An idea if knight b6, for example, rook d8, after bishop f6, queen takes f6, white cannot take on d5 because bishop takes d5 and bishop takes h2 check. Like Tartakova, yes, more or less, yes. Okay, knight a4 he played, so bishop takes d7 was possible, but knight a4 is very standard move and not so responsible like bishop takes d7 because white not giving to bishop's advantage immediately. So he played knight a4 and now what to do? d4 it's the most natural reaction because white has some threats. Also possible to play rook c7. Just go away with pin from diagonal h3 c8. Okay, very interesting position. So let's try to understand if rook c7 what white should do. So now bishop takes d7, knight takes d7, not dangerous for black, and bishop f6, knight takes f6. So, but interesting idea now is bishop c3 with aim bishop a5. So this is looks like interesting try for white. And now if rook c6, for example, necessary to consider bishop takes d7. Queen takes d7 will take on f6 and spoil pawn structure. If knight takes d7, rook takes d5. And not sure that black has enough compensation here. So, okay, d4, it's interesting line, but what is this? Rook c7 played Carlsen. After d4, interesting what was idea of Andrei, probably. I don't know. So why Magnus didn't play d4? So not wrong move because EDCD looks like acceptable for probably queen d3 maybe. Maybe queen d3 is possible. Not hurry with EDCD. Black cannot take to e3 immediately. White wants to take on d4. If bishop takes f3, g takes f3. If knight e5, white can calmly play queen e2, defend pawn, and rook on c8 is hanging. And also in some moment white has idea to push f4. For example, if knight d5, f4 is possible. So probably queen d3 was idea of Andrei and Carlsen decide to avoid it. So I played something like this against Levon Aronian in Linares. I won the game also against hanging pawn, so very similar. Okay, but Magnus played rook c7, and now my proposition was bishop c3. Which year? Okay, I don't remember, but you can check. You can put position anti-Meran queen c2, and I am white against Aronian, and I won. So it's not easy to, not difficult to find this game. So my proposition here was bishop c3. Okay, maybe there are some alternatives. I don't know, but bishop c3 looks like promising idea. Why not? Black need to do something against bishop a5. At g6, bishop takes d7. And black losing material. I will illustrate this. So take. If knight takes bishop a5, if queen takes it's bishop f6, if rook takes d5, I can take and take on c5, or even take immediately. More simple. Queen a8 is proposition. Okay. And my idea was bishop a5. And where will go rook? Rook c8, it's okay, maybe possible, but not so pleasant to be underpinned. But if rook c6, I have bishop takes d7 and rook takes d5. I'm not sure if black has enough compensation. So bishop c3. Okay, maybe white has some other ideas. Okay, bishop c3, it's not only move probably. But the most natural. After bishop c3, d4, no, bishop a5. White is winning exchange. And I don't think d4 is strong for black. Also, maybe there is some contraplay. Okay, let's see. Maybe d4 is possible. Bishop a5, bishop f3, g takes f3, knight e5, something like this. But I don't know if it is really strong or not. If queen e2, queen a8 can be idea. If bishop takes c7, knight takes f3, check. Okay, maybe it's not so easy for white too. Maybe black has strong contraplay here. But okay, for example, if I just take, and black will do knight takes f3 check, king g2, what is this? I have feeling that white should be better, but it's very sharp position. Black has even queen a8, but after queen a8 my idea is to play e4. Okay, it's totally messy. Okay, so I will come back in 2 minutes. Yes, knight h4, my idea was king f1 and then take on d4 somewhere. But I'm not sure that this is good, but for example, if queen takes c7, knight takes c5. If d takes e3, probably knight e4, something like this. Yes, he played bishop c3. So if knight takes e4, queen takes c7. So I'm not sure because maybe this is bad for white. For example, bishop takes c7. If bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, and white cannot take on c7 because e2 is threat. But if f takes e3, what is this? White is winning because black cannot protect his bishop. Rook c8 is coming, but okay, so it's too complicated, of course, so and not forcing. So queen takes c7, knight takes c5, we are considering. D takes e3. Okay, d takes e3, it's not only move, but knight e4. Knight takes e4, queen takes c7. Can be some intermediate move. For example, even knight d2 is okay. Even knight d2 is possible to consider here. If rook takes d2, e takes d2, black has many threats. But okay, maybe just this. If bishop takes c7, white has bishop d7 now. And looks like white is winning. But okay, it's very, very complicated. And not forcing. So okay, so bishop c3. Andrei made principal weight, and we will see what Magnus will do. How I am doing? I am fine, thank you. I hope everybody are fine. So, what is doing Duda? He played knight e5, so I didn't guess. So my proposition was knight h4, but he prefers knight e5. So I didn't consider this move. But it's an interesting one because knight c6 is now threat. And after b4, knight a4. So yeah, I like his choice. Unfortunately, I didn't see idea knight e5 and did not consider this seriously. But, okay, let's try to consider this in more close way. So I need to find queen after knight c6, after knight c6. Immediately after knight c6, you mean? Yes. B takes e3, you mean? I understand. Knight takes e7, bishop takes e7, but I want to find this game. So d4, d5, knight f3. So it was this game. Not castle. So rook d1, b5, bishop e2. Queen e7, and now not knight h4, but knight e5. Yes, if before knight c6, b takes c3. Yes, so here it's bad for white because not possible to take on c3. If not take, black will take on b2 with pawn, and of course it's too transparent, too simple, this trap. So knight a4 very solid and strong. Continuation. And now knight c6 is threat, so black need to do something. So bishop e4 is possible, or take on e5 with bishop and then play knight e4, something like this. Okay, for example, bishop e4 maybe also not so bad idea, just to defend. But castle. If bishop d5, white can play bishop c4. Positionally looks more pleasant for white. So if bishop takes e5, d takes e5, yes, he took on e5. Yes. And now knight e4 was my prediction. Knight d5, less clear for me because white has f3 with idea e4. I don't see anything good for black. So knight e4 is my prediction. Here, and the idea to take on g3 and take on e5. He took with pawn, and now knight e4 he will play, I think. And what to do with white is a question. Bishop f4 looks logical, but g5 is possible. Bishop takes e5, it's possible, but black can just take and knight d7, and it's obvious that only black can dream about advantage, because pawn structure is more mobile for black and development, and pawn is hanging. So d takes e5 is correct, but what after knight e4? If bishop f4, I think g5 it's a serious idea from black. After f3, for example, even necessary to consider take and check, something like this. Okay, white is probably winning the piece, but king is not castle, probably serious attack. After bishop takes e4, rook takes d7, king h8, something like this. Okay, maybe it doesn't work. Knight c5. Okay, but so g5, f3, knight c5, even simply possible to win the piece. So no reason to consider such a wild variation. So what will play Duda after knight e4? I'm trying to understand. Of course, it's possible just give the pawn and try to demonstrate compensation. For example, castle, knight takes g3, h takes g3, knight takes e5, and now rook c1. But it looks like white is just fighting for the draw. Okay, probably with good chances, but without pawn. So probably knight e5 wasn't so good move actually. So my proposition was knight h4. I don't know. Maybe it was better than knight e5. He played f3. What is this? Let's see. Knight, knight e4. He played f3 immediately. So okay. He wanted to realize the same idea with pawn sacrifice, but to cut black bishop from the play. So interesting idea. If now knight g3, h takes g3. If knight takes e5, e4. So this is what he wants to play. And after bishop g6, probably queen e3, something like this, to prevent c5 or prevent queen g5. Or maybe castle is possible as well, but maybe queen e3. Okay, so f3, very interesting idea. Mamediaro, okay, I will try to explain, but here is very interesting. So f3. But okay, black has no obligation to take on e5 immediately. So for example, it's possible to take here. H take g3, now knight c5. Black should take, no choice. Queen takes c5. And after e4, bishop g6, and next move I will take on e5, and It looks, or I will play rook d8 from f d8. So it looks like black has excellent position, no problem at all. It's only white need to think about equalize. So not necessary to take the pawn. So knight c5 is much stronger. So in this position after f3, which we see in the board, so knight takes g3 and knight c5. Okay, but black can try to play knight c5 immediately after knight takes c5. So this is also possible. After knight takes c5, now take on g3. It looks like the same because it looks like white has no more possibilities. Yes, he took on g3 and after 8 take g3, I think black is very well after knight c5. Well, knight takes e5, it's less convincing, but knight c5, it's strong. Okay, so Mamedyarov Dubov, okay. So rook a2, queen a1. So I predicted this move, and queen takes d4, rook d1. Okay, I analyzed queen c5, bishop f3, and with idea bishop e3, but queen a7, it's another possible square for the queen, and after knight takes a5, somebody claiming that Mamedyarov is winning. It's I'm not so sure about this. Okay, we will see. So I will try to find bishop c5 is strong. Okay, I need to find this position, so not so easy. So it was d4, knight f6, not bishop f4, c4. Okay, I will make moves again because I cannot find the position. Not too many moves. Okay, I explained it before, ideas of opening. So a3, a5, knight c4, bishop e6, bishop f4, bishop b5. So rook a2, queen a1. Another idea was rook a2 and queen d3 now. I explained it with idea to prepare rook f a1. But I don't know how evaluate this position. Probably after queen d3, black has. Okay, my idea was queen d3 to play it. Next move rook f a1. If knight b d7, for example, play this. Of course, it's very complicated, and I cannot be totally sure, especially after knight c5. Yeah, but after knight c5, white has idea queen c2, and after queen takes d4, rook d1, black queen has no square. And I don't see any good queen sacrifice for black. So this position maybe was possible, queen d3, and next move rook f a1. But maybe e5 d takes e5 always. No, I mean here, if e5, black white can just take on e5. Okay, so it was idea queen d3, but he played immediately queen a1. which I consider gave the pawn, third pawn, and now queen a7. So black has two pawns up, knight takes a5, and now bishop c5 is strong. Okay, maybe this is wrong. So bishop c5, what is the idea? If knight c6, just take, right? This and take with bishop, right? This idea. Okay, but I'm not sure that this is so convincing. Rook d6. If rook d6, rook a5 somehow. Okay, but queen a4 possible, for example. Sorry, knight takes c6. Bishop takes f2 check. This is, I miss it. But okay, yes, you are right. So this, frankly speaking, I totally missed this idea. Rook takes f2, knight takes c6. So bishop c5 is your proposition. Okay, but anyway, nobody can assert. If king f1, black can use the same idea, takes and this, but now it's important difference that white has no pawn on f2. So but okay, it's not possible to insert that black is winning after bishop c5 because, okay, if white plays even knight c4, it's still a lot of play. Okay, probably black is better, but hello. Okay, no reaction. Hello, can you hear me? Was lodging before, but now it's okay. Now it's okay. Okay. So queen e7, he just defend everything, and Andrei, they repeated moves. So bishop a5, rook c6, bishop c3, rook c7. So we will check if both are agree for draw in this position. Okay, so what Shankland? There is endgame. So they, after knight takes f4, they exchange it such an endgame in the board. White is slightly better, but nothing special, of course. For black, it would be fine to transfer his knight to d6 via b6 and c8, but maybe white has time to prepare a serious attack. So after knight b6, rook h1, dh1, and then take on g6. And so black need to defend somehow. Rook from e8 to e7, hg, fg. So okay, white is better, obviously. So black should defend. Okay, what else? Nils Grandelius. Oh, very sharp game. It was question after a4 if c4 bishop g4 is possible. Yes, maybe possible. It's quite standard idea in this position. Yes, maybe this is strong. This sacrifice. But okay, after a4 knight e3 he played. So we will see. Now it's okay with stream. Anybody can hear me, I hope. So not c4, knight e3, of course, was played. Good. Okay, bishop b7 he played. And now he played c4. So now black has no ideas with bishop g4. So he played c4. Very logical idea to attack these pawns b5 and a4. Of course, other moves was possible, like h3, for example. But okay, let's go to the game. c4. Knight b4. C takes b5. So white took the pawn. Queen d7. Takes on f6. Instead of bishop f6, also possible to consider a3. Now, after knight takes c2, queen takes c2, with idea attack c7 pawn. If queen takes b5, queen takes c7, and d6 pawn is attacked. I don't see how black can win the queen. Looks like probably dangerous for white, but actually I don't see directly there how black can utilize white queen. So it was alternative, but okay. Magnus gained draw. Okay. So bishop f6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes a4, forcing line, knight takes d3. Another idea was rook takes a4 and knight takes d3 probably, but it's probably compensation is not enough because okay, let's see, maybe not so easy. I wanted to explain that here queen c2 and queen takes c5 is possible, but after rook e d1 black has knight takes b2, so this is not convincing for white. So bishop takes a4, rook takes a4. Okay, queen takes a4, knight takes d3. Yes, another tricky line. If rook e2, for example, my idea to play knight c5 and then take on a4 with bishop. Of course, it's very complicated. Or for example, rook e2, knight c5. Queen a7, not possible because rook a8 is important. So queen d1 probably is the best. With the idea to play knight d5 somewhere. Okay, so after bishop takes a4, he took on d3, queen takes d3, rook takes a4. So at the moment white has pawn up. And the most natural move is knight d5, but after knight d5, black can, okay, not can, but probably should take on d5, no choice. And after queen takes d5, now they need to attack pawn b5. Probably with this. Well, ideas can be like this. This. Utilize it. White has no high. White has no window for his king. Okay, so instead of very natural move knight d5, Swedish played. It's not Swedish, it's one forest. One forest played knight d1. So idea knight c3, rook b4, a4, d5. So black is looking for contraplay. Queen d2, queen d6. It looks like black is pawn down, but very strong compensation. So two bishops are very strong. So all pieces are very active. But of course, this position requires concrete calculation. So e takes d5, probably. The problem for black is that e4 is not threat. So after e4, white can just play knight c3, something like this. So queen d6, very complicated position. Or if bishop takes d5, knight c3 looks better for white. So if e takes d5, okay, maybe e4 is correct idea, and if knight c3, just plays some move like rook e7, for example. For example, rook e7 looks logical now. Black wants to take, and after knight g5, e3 it's coming. And it looks like white is just losing the piece. Shows my best move, scroll move. Okay, it's black is clearly better, I see. Okay, should be implemented. Sorry, I don't. English is not my native language, so I don't know what is implemented, and I don't know what is redundant. I don't know these two words. Because of this, it's hard to answer for your question. Okay, so queen d6 in the board. Is a good idea. Super Grandmaster title, yes, it's good idea. Should exist. Like title. Okay, it's possible. Okay, it's possible to create another name like Maestro or something like this. Or like Chess Cosmos. Chess Maestro, okay. It's possible, but okay. It's necessary. Yes. Okay. But okay, for example, somebody has 2700 and then lost 10 puntos, so he is not super maestro anymore. So it's okay, bit question, but okay. So I wanted to focus my attention on the game. So Queen D6, one forest is sinking. So after E takes D4, E4, it's not so easy. Of course, White can play H3 to prepare knight H2, but it looks like Black has very serious compensation for the pawn because. Two strong bishops and very active pieces. Okay, so what else? Magnus finished, right? Yes, Caruana. A6 he played, so he defended against H4. Dubov, bishop c5, knight c6. So now Mamedyarov has bishop takes f2 idea. This was shown. And very likely he will find it. It looks like Black is better. In time of Nizhmetinov, rating didn't have such a value like now. Because as I remember, they started calculate rating in 1971. Nizhmetinov died in 1974, so he lived only 3 years in this period. Yes, he he had the international master title, but he also had title national master of Russian drafts. He was very strong in Russian drafts or Russian checkers, русские шашки. He was very strong. Okay. Bishop takes f2 played Mamedyarov correctly, and he has advantage now. What about Anish? F5, yes. F5 and queen f7. So it was my prediction. F5 and queen f7. Let's see. G3, c6, knight f3. So f5 he played. Queen b3. Queen b3 looks very logical. Also, White has other ideas in this position. For example, rook b1 is possible to consider. Now knight takes c3, it's dangerous. If castle, bishop a3. That's my idea. If bishop takes a3, queen b3, and then take with queen and try to jump knight e5 in some moment. So queen b3 is natural, but probably not only move in this position. So queen b3, queen f7, queen takes f7. Also, White has choice. For example, knight g5 is possible here, because after queen takes b3, a takes b3, Black cannot take on c3 because of bishop a3, so bishop takes g5, it's more or less forced bishop takes g5. So And if white wants bishop e4, it's draw. Bishop f4, it's compensation for the pawn. Okay, but so he played queen b3 immediately, queen f7, queen takes f7 immediately. Oh, it's not even bishop a3 was possible to consider. This idea if take, and next move to play knight e5 is surely enough compensation for the pawn. But okay, so he played queen takes f7, knight e5 check, king g8, takes. So black now has problem with mobilization of his rook h8, but okay. Two bishops pair are strong. White has strong knight on e5, so bishop f5 with tempi, rook e1, bishop f6. Bishop f6 is obvious reason black need to defend against knight takes c6. So knight c4 plays knight d6, threat b6, bishop 4 h5, knight d6. So we have this on the board. And now black bishop is attacked, so black should decide where to go with bishop. Many moves is possible. Bishop g6 is possible. Bishop d7 is possible. Bishop g4. Okay, in my opinion, position is roughly equal here because I think in some moment black will go to king h7 and coordinate their rooks, and white will do something probably. White will exchange somehow his knight for one of bishops. And, okay, so more or less equal position in my intuitive evaluation without deep calculation. If calculate more deeply, okay, maybe white has idea to play bishop e5, and if exchange bishops f4 against bishop f6, it can be more pleasant for white. So in such endgame, knight can be stronger than black bishop, but it's not necessary. So bishop e5, it can be considered like idea for white after any move with bishop. You can turn on chess evaluation bar on chess base. Okay, I'm trying just describe what I see in the board. I'm not sure. I never sure that I'm okay. Sometimes I'm sure that evaluation seems me obvious, but sometimes like here it's okay. It looks like about equal, but I'm not totally sure. Okay, do the report. So he played knight c5. Yes, he took the pawn. Rook d7, a5. Yes, as I explained. Okay, white has compensation for the pawn. Probably it's in this position. You mean do the report or in which game? Do the report. I think I would prefer black. Anish Praganand, I would prefer white because I like to jump with knight and probably I will reach some good exchange. At least I will not take big risk, so I would prefer white. But do the report, I would prefer black with pawn up. And so After h6, h5 he played, yes. Another. What white will do? Probably e4 and then queen c2. Something like this. E4, bishop g6, queen c2. Maybe. f4. Okay, f4. Very concrete move, but maybe queen c5 is possible with idea bishop c2 somewhere. f4, very concrete move, okay. Play it. What play it? Okay. Refresh. Oh. h5. So here. So black pushed c5 suddenly. C5 he played. So he decides that he has no time for maneuvers with knight because white has threats on h line. So he played c5, rook and defended, and so we have this on the board. Okay, still some initiative for white, but probably nothing special. Black can consider, for example, knight b8 here, with idea to transfer knight on c6. Of course, more pleasant for white. After knight b8, rook c5 is possible. And not so easy to defend pawn suddenly, because rook d7 or rook d6 is impossible. Because of losing of knight. Knight f8 because of this, right. So now rook c5 is harmless because black has rook d6 or rook d7. Okay, I will try to choose another game. So what is doing 1-4? So here, after e4 he took on h6. I don't know why I didn't consider this move. So I considered, okay, knight c3 was problem rook e7. So my proposition was h3 and prepare knight h2, queen take h6. Okay, I didn't see this move, but it's logical one. He is taking another pawn and preparing knight g5. Very interesting position. Okay, but I feel that I need 15 minutes break to refresh my brains. So I'm here again. Anybody can hear me or not? Good. So after queen takes h6, queen f8 he played. I expected rook e7 somehow. If knight g5, queen f4. So after takes, knight d2, bishop takes d5. What I see? Two pawns up for white. It's not difficult to see, I understand. Knight c3 is the most natural move, and after knight c3 probably black should play bishop b7. By the way, probably some other moves are possible, like rook a3 or knight e3. Okay, so white is better, but black has chances to survive because of two active bishops. So need to calculate variation very carefully. After knight c3, probably even bishop a8 has some logic because to avoid a5, a6 with tempi. But okay, it's quite complicated. Okay, what double? Scroll. Scroll. Okay, so now you see a8, b8, c8. I scrolled. Also I see that Van Forest has big advantage with time. So, but okay, it's still not easy to realize this. Many attractive moves. Rook a3, interesting also, to prepare b3. Maybe even rook c1 is possible. Attack immediately pawn c7. If rook takes a4, rook takes c7 is possible, but also knight c3 it's possible to consider. So white has big choice and promising position. Well, Vidit Shankland. So Vidit has some pressure, but of course it's not pleasant to play with black. White wants rook e3 or rook c3. Knight e6 is possible, but rook endgame it's quite bad. After knight takes e6, f takes e6, ag, rook c3. Then king e3. So it's okay. Probably it's possible to make draw somehow, but it's surely black is suffering quite seriously. So Vidit has chances to win the game. Let's go. Giri. Okay, it looks like pretty drawish now. Rook h e8, for example. Bishop f6, rook takes e4. Okay, rook f1 is possible, or rook f4 is... Okay, rook f4, king g6 simply. Rook f1 probably more promising with idea of king g6, bishop f6, but anyway, it looks like drawish. Well, so what else we have? Caruana Karyakin. A takes b4, and Fabi is thinking, so he can take on b4 immediately, or he can take on e6 first. More natural looks take on b4, in my opinion. Not open f line for the rook. Okay, but maybe knight takes e6 is also possible. F takes e6, a takes b4, and if rook f8, f3, and then white pawn can be knight e2, knight f4 somehow. And he took. So we will see time troubles soon, and probably level will be a little bit spoiled, but okay, it's not necessary. Almost everybody now are good blitz player. Duda. So h5, e4. Rook d2 he played. My proposition was queen c2, as I remember. Attack immediately pawn c7 and probably prepare b3. Okay, rook d2 he played. h4, h2. Interesting idea. g3. Okay, what is this? Still compensation for the pawn, but white has problem with his king. But bishop g6 is passive, so what to play? White b3 it's possible to play, for example. Difficult position for both, because somewhere f5 is possible, but after f5 g7 will be weak. So king g2 is possible. Very complicated position. What about time? A little bit better for Richard. Okay. My evaluation, it's about equal. Double Momediaro. So what? Bishop takes king h1 he played. Aha, and I expected that Shah will okay, some proposition after b3, queen h2 and c4. So something I missed. Okay, we'll check. It was game rapport. Where is rapport? Okay. Rapport. Queen h2 and c4. But okay, I am not so sure that this is so dangerous. B takes c4, for example. If a4, I have c5, so or rook d1, it's also idea. Okay, rook d1, b3, rook h1. Okay, it's complicated. c4, b3, it's possible, but not obvious for me, because white pawn c also can be dangerous. But okay, it requires very concrete calculation if play c4. Also, after c4, we can consider idea rook a7 somehow. If c3, rook d1. But queen h5, black can protect everything. Rook h1 also, queen e5, f4. Okay, c1 is very strong, even if, yes, king g2, it's practical to avoid any checks. Now black has no possibility to check, and white wants to put bishop on c4 and to have control of the board. So I like king g2. Okay, let's come back to double. So after So after king f1, we expected that Shahryar will play knight takes c6 and rook a7, bishop a7, but after king h1 he could play same, knight c6, but decide to play with his queen. Okay, it's logical decision because his bishop is not attacked with king anymore. So after queen b6, Daniel took with bishop. If knight takes b8, probably he afraid e5. Looks very logical to cut the bishop f4 from his knight. So bishop takes, queen takes, e5. Knight e4. Okay, so if rook f2, rook b8. So e5, knight e4 he played. Why not knight d5? Not so clear to understand. Bishop d6 is only move, looks like. Position fine for black. So knight d5 was possible now. If bishop d6, bishop c5, bishop takes f8, bishop takes f8 with very nice position. So knight e4, okay, for me less natural because knight is hanging somehow on e4. D5, it's very solid position. So after knight d5, but okay, probably Shahryar just calculate very well and decides that knight e4 is even stronger. Okay, we'll see. So knight e4 he played, bishop d6 he played. And bishop d6 is very natural move, and now, okay, frankly speaking, I would prefer this position with knight on d5 and play bishop c5. But now, what to do? If, for example, rook c8, white has rook e2, attacking black pieces. Knight e4, frankly speaking, I don't understand yet what is idea. And he is short of time, especially in short of time. So knight d5 to put knight in very good and very well defended square, more practical. So knight e4, I don't know what is idea and what to do with black now, because white has two threats. Bishop takes f8 is threat, and then rook a8 if black is taking rook. Or another threat is rook e2, disturb black minor pieces. And what to do with black? It's okay. There is f8 c2, something like this. Rook c1, bishop d4, but it's complicated. Okay, we can consider in the board. I will try to put, because this blindfold, it's too complicated position. Rook d8 he played. Okay, we will consider this, but I need to find this game. Okay, it was without. Where it was, yes, it was this game. Not queen d3, but yes, king h1 he played. Queen b6. Knight, bishop takes b8, queen takes c6, e5, knight e4, bishop d6. He played rook d8. I expected rook c8. So my, no, rook c8, rook e2. So I, What was my rook d5 was my expectation. But white can also take rook on d5. If queen takes d5, now take. But this is bad. Also not this. If bishop e4, d takes e4, and then e3. Okay, something very wild. But okay, why not d5? I have no idea. So bishop d6 is forced. So white has no any. So bishop c5, very simple. White should take on f8, no choice. And black is taken. It looks like black is obviously better. Okay, probably white has some chances for draw, but very pleasant position for black. Rook d8 he played, yes. Okay, probably Mamedjarov decides that knight e4 is... so rook d8, and if rook e2 f5. But what is this? Rook e2 f5, I can just take. And take. After e3, I'm not losing. Okay, maybe I'm losing after e2, but it's... maybe I'm losing. I don't know. Pawns are dangerous. Maybe bishop e3, where? Here bishop e3. But bishop e3, no threat. Rook e2, white can play. Or rook e1. Okay, rook e1, c2. Okay, but maybe rook e2 simply. C2 is your threat. Bishop e3, interesting. But Mamedjarov didn't play this. Yes. Not so easy to understand what to do with white. But maybe queen b1 is possible. Why not queen b1? Okay, but he played rook d8. We'll come back to current position. So rook d8, so Daniel has 8 minutes, so what to do? Oh, bishop takes b4 is option or not? Let's check. To take or not to take? Bishop d4 is not possible because rook takes d4 and rook a8 is coming. So what is choice? Rook b d5 is possible or take on d1? Yes. But okay, rook f1, for example. Rook d2. Rook d2 is strong, and knight takes g3 is coming. Okay, so what else? If not, bishop takes b4. Rook d1 he played. Sorry, rook. Rook e2 he played. We were considering, and now f5 is we are considering. Bishop takes e4, and black has dangerous pawns, but not totally clear position. f5 he played, yes. So what is this? Rook g2, e2. And I stop it here. And this what wasn't clear for me. What is this? Because if rook e1, c2, queen c1, rook d5. I was afraid. So I will demonstrate. If rook e1 now, c2. But queen c1 is not only move. Probably white has something better. But what if king g1? King g1 maybe to prepare rook f2. Maybe king g1. E takes f6. It takes f6 is possible. I had idea that e takes f6 it's impossible at all because knight takes g3, a takes g3, rook h5 is made, but black can take with bishop, white can take with bishop. So this is unclear. Okay, so f5 he took on f6, so totally different. So knight g3 doesn't work, so black should take on d6. Looks like. And white will take with bishop on e4. Black is very short of time, dangerous situation because he played c2. Very logical. Intermediate move. Everybody hear me well, I hope. So what to do after c2? If rook c1, queen takes d6, and black has unpleasant threat queen d1 check. f7 check he played. King takes f7, no choice. And rook f1 now. What? Rook c1. Rook c1, queen takes d6 again, and queen d1 is threat, so probably rook f1 now is correct move. Yes, what about rook f1? Let's promote queen, rook takes c1, and then white will take on e4. And at least doesn't look bad for white. Okay, maybe black will have extra pawn, but opposite bishops. Okay. So what else? Looks like more or less draw. Rook f1. He played this, of course. I'm considering rook a5. If queen takes a5 to promote queen. If queen takes, I want to illustrate this line. So if this queen, if sorry, I wanted to illustrate this line. This, and this is mate. But after rook a5, queen c1 is possible simply. So c1 queen was proposition. But okay, so rook takes c1, queen takes d6, bishop takes e4, bishop d4, for example. Queen somewhere, queen b1, for example. It's somehow drawish, okay. I'm not sure if black has anything better in this position. Okay, so okay, Giri. What other games? What 1-4 is doing? 1-4 has played rook e3, another move. I consider it rook a3. He played rook e3 and rook Very unusual play. F5, G3, G5. And here it looks like black has very serious contraplay because white has very bad knight. And black has, if rook takes c7, rook takes a4. If rook will go somewhere from c7 with mate in threat, black has idea rook c4. Okay, but rook a1 is possible. So for example, he played rook c2. He exchanged rooks and black has choice. What to do? Bishop d3, rook takes c7, rook takes a4, b6 is problem, and b7 is coming. Black has no time to win the knight. Rook endgame looks unpleasant. Bishop f1, king takes f1, rook takes a4, rook takes c7, and rook b4, rook c5. Yes. One forest has good winning chances. Okay, what else? Vidit. Vidit. Much better position. It's very similar to game Botvinnik against Alechin, which Botvinnik won with white. Okay. So Duda. Oh, they exchange. White has very good position. They exchanged queens and have domination over the board. So black has extra pawn, but I have feeling that only white can pretend for win in this position. So double draw. Let's see. Yes, double draw. How it was. After rook f1, he proposed a draw. And Shahryar accepted. Okay. So we have two draws already. And Giri looks like it will be sad draw. Rook endgame looks like drawish. Okay, what else? Duda up or Duda has winning chances. To get the title, which title you want to get if you start at 33? International master, it's possible, in my opinion. It's rating more or less 2400. I think it's possible. Important to have good coach. So, one forest. Bishop f3, rook c4. Yes. He just defended the pawn and he wants to play knight d2 or h4 even. Good chances for win because all black pawns are weak. So very strange play. Okay, I'm not sure that, for example, g5 here was the best for black. So probably was reason to play something else. I don't know what exactly. Maybe some move with bishop, even bishop f7, for example, to avoid knight c3 or knight e3 with tempi and just see what white will do in move 29, I mean, instead of g5. So I have feelings that black has quite a strong compensation here. But g5 probably. He simplified position too early. Yes, it's Botvinnik Alekhine. Very simple. Which Botvinnik won it. Opening was this. Panov attack, so, for example. What's this opening? I mean, in the game, Botvinnik Alekhine. So castle, rook e1. And now Alekhine played bad move b6. And after knight takes d5 and bishop b5, white has clear advantage. Instead of b6, modern theory recommend bishop f6. And if knight e4, b6. Also, Anatoly Karpov in match against Andrei Sokolov played here a6, which is possible as well. But after bishop b3, white had good position after the opening. It's very similar to Queen's Gambit accepted. I mean, this d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, e3, knight f6, bishop takes c4, e6, knight f3, c5, castle a6, bishop b3, takes, knight. Rook e1 castle. So we can see that if black is playing knight f6, Karpov's in game Sokolov Karpov, totally same position from Caro-Kann as from Queen's Gambit accepted. Okay. Caruana. So did knight Queen d7 he played. So now he wants to take with Queen, probably. Knight e2. Rook a6. Of course, black will not go into the trap. Rook a5 now in move 37. Knight d6, and if rook c takes c5, knight b7. Okay, it's too cheap, but pleasant trap. So rook a6 he played. And now what is this? Looks like knight c3 is correct move, and it should be draw. Rook takes c5, I mean knight takes d5, rook takes d5, rook takes c4, rook takes g5, and this is drawish. 3 against 2, it's draw. Okay, probably white has something more simple, but this is, in my opinion, totally enough way for draw. White is worse here because pawn on c5 is weaker than pawn on d5. He played knight c3. He played. I didn't see it. Yes, okay, let's draw. But they are still playing. So, okay. Not forbidden for Sergei. Duda, what is doing? Black is suffering. But pawn f3 is attacked, so f5 it's necessary to check. Very concrete move now. After move 41, so young Krzysztof has time to think and calculate well consequence of f5. Looks unpleasant for black, surely. What do you think of Duda? Very good player. I like how he's playing during last time. He's walking a lot. He has a lot of energy. It's quite interesting to see his games. I think he is one of the favorites of this tournament now. Vidit is between Nikolechin. So if rook f7, b5, rook a7, b takes a4. B takes a4, rook b3. This is black. What black wants. If king c2, rook b4, rook takes a5, rook takes d5. So b5 and some contraplay, but okay. It's very far from draw yet. Even king c3 is possible with idea if b5, knight d3. Or after b5, knight c6 is possible as well. I mean, after king c3, b5, knight c6. Or king d2, with same idea, it's possible. If b5, knight c6. So, difficult endgame for black. But, okay, probably it's possible to defend somehow, because not a lot of material left. on the board. Giri. King b4, king e6. Okay, looks like draw. But, okay, rook f4 is possible. This idea rook h4. King f6 also. If rook h4, king g6. It should be draw. Wow. Okay, what else we have? One forest. Knight d2. He has 2 pawns up already, so he is winning, looks like. After rook c2, even knight b3 is possible. Not necessary. Okay, b6 also. If bishop a6 now, knight. Okay, but after b6, black has idea rook takes d2, b7, bishop f3. And if white promote queen, immediately black has perpetual check. But okay, in this line, rook b1 is possible. Okay, more simple to play knight b3 instead of b6. So looks like winning for white. Move 40 already played. So I think we have... So who can win today? So one forest can win, Vidit has chances, Duda has chances to win. So Giri hardly have chances to win. So it's very likely that we will have 1 or 2 leaders after round 1. Okay. So bishop b3. Okay, another line is here. Bishop e7 is possible. I played with black. And for example, if knight c3, it's possible to make castle. Not hurry to put knight on c6. Another line is b5, a4, b4. I recommend to see 2 games between Alexei Dreyev and Ruslan Ponomarev in this line. But at the moment, e4 immediately very popular line, or even rook e1 is popular, or bishop e2 is popular line now. So it's now theory of this line, it's much more different than 10 years before, for example. Everybody can hear me well, I hope. I'm not explaining to emptiness. Oh, good. Good. So one forest will win. Okay, so Vidit still have chances, but rook f. He played g5, but why not b5? I suppose that he wants to play b5. After b5, a takes b5 is just possible. So rook f7, it's much stronger. So okay, we have Botvinnik Alechin in action. So b5 not possible. It was. But he isn't. This. So okay, game is playing. Really? Lodging? Duda is totally winning. Duda. Okay, we'll see. F5, yes. Yes, F5 looks very bad for black. Because too big difference how active are pieces. So surely one forest will win, probably Duda will win, probably Vidit also will win. And Giri will make draw. Looks like, at least. Rook e2, king d7. Nothing special. Well, what to do now? Let's come back to this game, Yesipenko. This was Giri. Knight Ivan, I was impressed, so d4, d5. So I am surprised that such easily he made draw with c6 and c5. So this, how it was move by move. This, a6 looks like very pleasant position for white. Bishop f5. Let's see. So till now, what is this? Okay, white has another standard plan in this type of position. For example, possible take on c5 simply. And after b takes c5 to play knight e2 with idea knight g3. d4 is possible, but after e takes d4, bishop takes f3, g takes f3. I don't think that this is really dangerous for white because all pieces are active and knight can defend king after knight g3, and in some variation white has idea king f1. Also possible was immediately knight e2 with the same plan, but now black can consider possibility after d takes c5 to take with piece. Okay, it's also totally playable for white and looks like quite pleasant. So probably bishop f5 was not the best choice from Andrei Yesipenko, but okay, during the game it's not easy to understand. So I have feelings that knight e2 immediately was stronger, or d takes c5, b takes c5, knight e2. Idea transferred knight on g3, if g6 in some moment, diagonal will be weak. But okay, probably it's still playable. For example, queen e7, knight g3, g6. So it's also a question if white can utilize weakness of this diagonal. h5 is not threat because bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6, and knight f5 is coming. But it's question what exactly white can do. If he played bishop f5, rook c8 calmly. He doesn't afraid any pins. He played d takes c5. Okay, probably was possible just wait with g3, for example. Totally possible move. Okay, c4 is necessary to check, but after c4 my idea was knight e5. I don't know what is this. Knight takes d7 and bishop h7. It's red. Okay, probably black can ignore this. Who knows? For example, this king h8. This idea before c3. But okay, I will take. Maybe more precise take immediately. My idea if rook takes c4, bishop takes h7. And bishop d3. So in this moment, probably g3 was possible. Positional point to play bishop h3, bishop g2 somewhere. But also was possible to start bishop f1 here and then g3. But after bishop f1 here, rook c8. And now c4 is probably positional threat. I'm not totally sure, but after g3 white needs to consider c4 possibility. Okay, so let's come back what they are doing. So Duda won. Okay. So f5. After f5 he just resigned. Okay. One forest also won. Not yet, but okay. Bishop d3 black played. So why Carlsen played rook c7? Okay, d4 it was I illustrated variation with d4, but it was extremely complicated. So to calculate this, it requires a lot of time without guarantee. So he just decides that rook c7 is more solid, and because of this, he made this very practical reason. So after bishop d3, now now black has threat. So if b6, rook c1 check. If king f2, rook c2. Okay, but white king f2. Maybe king f2 is possible. After rook c2, black has b7, and after rook takes d2, king e1. So this idea doesn't work. So black has no perpetual. Yes, so there is no perpetual check. So b7, knight b3, and knight d4 is coming, and looks like game is over. Giri against Ramesh Bahu. Draw. Who I'm rooting for in this tournament? Okay, Duda. So Queen d3 is interesting move here, and if Black plays, for example, knight d7, g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, castle, castle. Game Kramnik-Baramidze, b6, e4, a5, rook d1, bishop a6, b3. It's Kramnik-Baramidze game. If immediately bishop e6, b3 as well. It's favorite line of Ukrainian grandmaster Oleg Romanishyn. He likes to play this position with white. Important that b5 now it's not good because of c takes d5 simply. It's bad for black, so b5 is bad. But anyway, after bishop a6, white is already more pleasant. With c5, e takes d5, and then white has square d5, b5 for the knight. For example, if rook c8, rook d1, if c5 now, e takes d5, e takes d5, knight b5, and white is better, according to games of Oleg Romanishyn. Okay, because in balanced position always require good calculation, good concentration, and price of move is very high, so it's not easy work to play in balanced position. About Baggio, yes, I don't see this film, and I know a lot about this match, and hard to believe that I can discover something new from this film. So if Grandelius resigned, so Giri is draw, so only Vidit we have. Excellent winning chances. So at the moment white can play any move because black has no knight e6, rook f7 mate. f3 is possible, for example. Okay, but still some work. Okay, knight f6 in Scandinavian is possible, but not everybody likes this type of position. I mean, okay. For example, e4, d5, e takes d5, knight f6, knight f3, for example. If white wants to avoid line d4, bishop g4. So white can start knight f3. Now bishop g4 has no sense. Queen takes d5 is possible, but after queen takes d5, white can utilize line without knight c3. For example, start with bishop e2 and idea castle d4 c4. The difference that after queen takes d5, if knight f3, according to theory, the best for black is not hurry with knight f6, but to play bishop g4 immediately, and after bishop e2 to play knight c6. And after h3, immediately take, and queen e6, queen e2, queen takes e2, bishop takes e2, knight d2, bishop d1. This endgame is approximately equal. You can see game Nakamura Tivakov. So after knight f6, knight f3, knight takes d5, d4, and this type of course d4. This type of position not so pleasant for black, because after bishop f5, the simplest is bishop d3. It's game Topalov-Kamsky, as I remember. Bishop g4, it's risky because white has ideas with c4 and then queen b3, for example, c4, if knight b6, c5, and now if, for example, knight d5, queen b3, it's unpleasant. So the best way is to play g6 here, after d4, sorry, g6, and now white has several ideas. But it's possible to play aggressively, something like this. Or it's possible to play very solid bishop e2, bishop g7, castle, rook e1, and in this type of position for black is very difficult to demonstrate active play. Okay, c5, d takes c5, knight a6 is possible, but this is pawn sacrifice, and not everybody likes to play in such a style. So this is choice. But okay, knight f6 is possible. Gata Kamsky played against Vishy Anand in his match successfully. So I agree that this is not so common line in the modern chess, but okay, it can be changed. Of course, if you are playing knight f6, it's necessary to be prepared well against bishop b5. If bishop d7, bishop c4, bishop g4, f3, bishop c8, according to theory, it's the best. Bishop f5 is possible as well, but g4. So now is theory knight c3, something like this, knight b d7, and something like this, d4, knight b6, bishop b3, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and white is slightly better. c4 immediately is possible, or knight e2 first and then c4. Okay, slightly better position for white. This is more or less theory of this variation. e4, queen h5, okay, so I can suggest here e4, e5, queen h5. Okay, even d6 is very solid move here in style of Philidor defense. And what to do? Knight f6, black wants. If bishop c4, g6, queen f3, knight f6, and then bishop g7, knight b d7. But black can play something really sharp as well. So knight c6 and bishop c4, g6, queen f3. Now even this is possible. Knight f6 is solid move, but f5 it's interesting try. After e takes f5, black has two ideas. Knight f6 is possible, or knight d4 is possible as well. So it's quite tricky line, but not a bad one for black. Knight c3, well, knight c3. Yes, f5 sharp if takes knight d4, for example. Although knight f6 is possible as well. Okay, in blitz it's possible to play everything. It depends what you want and what is your opponent and what are your chances to reach a good result. So a5 is a real line here. Jeroen Pickett even played king h8 here against me. Another very strange line. Idea is after d4 takes d5 and if e5 knight e4, but after king h8 here I played knight g5 and won quite a nice game. So after knight g5 his opening preparation was stopped. Okay, so let's come back to our players. So we who is still playing? So Giri draw. So only Vidit. We have only one game with very good chances for white. King f3. So the question if black has some chances to survive. Yes, e6 line. Yes, we are discussing about this. C4, e6. Okay, e6 is possible, but I'm not totally sure that black has enough compensation here. My idea is knight f3 and castle. So I'm playing bishop e2 to avoid this idea. Queen e7, this I want to avoid. So now queen a7, I can play d3 and then knight f3 and, well, for example, this. So black has active position here. If knight f3 castle and bishop takes c4 is threat. And bishop f5 also is coming, so this is not so easy. So c4, okay, I know there is some theory, d takes e6, d4 is main move, bishop b4 check, something like this, knight c3, queen e7, something like this, but again, it's playable for black. After c6, yes, it's Panov attack, or white has this move order as well. Idea to avoid g6 line, because now if g6 queen b3 it's quite unpleasant. So black should play knight c6 or e6. Or knight takes c3, b takes c3, g6 is possible as well. Right. Now Mikhail Tal won very interesting very nice game against Anatoly Karpov. In some moment he played rook d4, bishop d3, rook castle, rook e1, and after bishop e6, rook takes e6. This idea was realized. Yes, Pologaevsky was very good. In theory, he analyzed it very well. Okay, I played several games against him. In normal time control, also in rapid, in Monaco. Okay, very pleasant person, very well educated. All the knowledge. Okay, so we are waiting. What will do Shankland? Rook c8 is possible or not? Why not rook c8 now? Maybe rook f7 check. King e6. And king g4, something like this. King g4, knight g6. And black has chances, so... So, what are you considering? Queen h5. Okay, I will put this on the board. Oh, e4, e5, queen h5, knight c6, bishop c4, g6, queen f3. So if black is playing positionally, more logical to play d6 and here to have a pawn on d6 instead knight on f6. It's more flexible for black because they can develop knight to d7 and prepare c6 d5 or c6 b5, something like this. But okay, so you're considering g6, queen f3, knight f6, knight e2, bishop g7, knight c3, castle. Okay, d6 is possible, of course, castle. d3, d6, h3, a6. Okay, knight a5 looks very logical idea to take on c4 and play this type of position. So, okay, but you are considering a6, bishop g5. Okay, in my opinion, a3 it's logical to prepare square a2 for the bishop in case of knight a5. Okay, so bishop g5, play. Bishop e6, knight d5. Okay, this is nice for white. So okay, a6. I don't understand the point of a6. So knight a. But okay, after bishop g5. Okay, this position I already don't like so much for black. Maybe there is some contraplay also. Okay, for example, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, knight d4, knight takes d4, e takes d4, knight e2. Okay, that has many weaknesses. My idea was something like this. I am not sure, maybe it's just rubbish, but I'm looking for some contraplay. But okay, after bishop h4, if I want to play bishop e6, it's better to do it here, because now after knight d5, I can play g5. and position is playable for black. But in your variation, bishop e5 is okay. Now after knight d5, black has no choice, and okay, this position is more pleasant for white. But okay, it's h6. Okay, probably white can take on f6 and play slightly better endgame, because bishop h4 g5, it's unclear position. No, a6 is not mistake, but probably not the best move. Knight a5 is more concrete move. It's clear idea to eliminate bishop and then to play c6, restrict white knight with c3. a6, okay, but bishop g5, I'm not sure that this is the best. Personally, I would prefer a3 in this position. If b5, bishop a2. So if not b5, so can you explain what is idea of a6? Of course, black has bishop e6 probably. But if play bishop e6, the question why not play bishop e6 here, white a6, so important. So probably it's better to play bishop e6 immediately to have idea knight b4 in some moment. For example, if takes, probably I won't. If castle, knight b4, it's unpleasant and white cannot defend this pawn. So a6 is not mistake, but it's just not the best move. For example, after a6, a3, bishop e6, white can just take and play. Okay, maybe queen g3, because now black has no idea knight b4. But okay, it's still unclear position, playable for both. Well, so king f3 and Sam is suffering. Okay, but after rook c8, I don't see clear win for white now. So rook c3 is threat, is check. Rook f7, king e6, and if king g4, knight g6. So probably Sam will survive. Okay, but if king g3 after rook c8, black has contraplay with king e4. So what is idea of Vidit? g4 and knight e6. I don't think so. Okay, because knight takes g4, knight takes g4, for example. If knight e6, knight e3 check, king f6, rook g4. And black lost the pawn, and pawn d5 is attacked. No. Yeah, but can somebody explain me why not rook c8 now? It's a big question for me. Very natural move, and I don't see a refutation of them. So rook f7 looks like the most natural, but after king e6, white has... probably king g4 is idea. And if knight g6, king takes g5. And if knight takes e5, rook f6 check. This is point. Yes. So he played g4. Yes. Okay, but he is losing the pawn. So knight takes g4, knight e6, knight e3, king f6, rook g4 is excellent winning chances. Although it's not end of the game yet. So my choice is knight take g4, although it's possible to take with rook, of course. Secondly, it's not the bet too. Intuitively, I want to take with knight. Because I like to have knight on e3. So on e5, knight is very beautiful, but this knight not attack anything. From e3, it's beautiful as well, but also I'm attacking weakness d5. Yes, it seems like winning, but still needs some work, especially if black somewhere will play b5, so even 2 pawns up, it's possible not so easy to realize, but it should be winning, of course. So knight g4, knight e6, knight e3, king f6, rook g4. Now, okay, rook d8, it means that black has no idea b5 anymore. So if b5, knight takes d5, king f7. So this can be some practical chances for black without 2 pawns. He took with knight, so now knight e6 is correct. If knight e3, king f6, if rook g4, b5 to give another pawn, knight takes e3, knight takes d5 check, king f7. Black has still some chances because idea is takes on a4 and rook b3 check, and then probably so at least it's not position which is possible to win easily. But it should be winning, but it needs accurate work. Knight e6, yes, he played this. So knight e3. Rook f7, king g5, it's not so convincing. So more or less forcing line, knight e3, king f6, rook g4, b5, knight takes d5, king f7. And probably king e4. Idea to prepare f4, f5 as soon as possible. But after king e4, for example, b takes a4, b takes a4, rook b2. If f4, rook d2, and white cannot protect his pawn d4, so it's still not easy. Okay, so Vidit is sinking. I will take 10 minutes break. Yes. And now? Is it okay now? Okay, so I see an idea which probably wants to do with it. So if b takes a4, b takes a4, rook b2, white has knight f4. Looks very strong. Not defend pawn on f2, but played knight f4. And idea if rook takes b2, knight takes e6, rook takes e6, knight takes e6, king takes e6 because rook e2 intermediate check doesn't work because white is winning after king f5, rook takes e6, rook g7 check. So after king takes e6, white is playing rook g6 check, king goes somewhere and rook g5 and then rook takes a5 and this rook endgame is winning for white. Yes, so after rook b4, after rook b2, knight f4 is my suggestion. Because if not play rook, knight f4, so it's not easy, because if something else, black can attack pawns, so rook d2, rook a2, so, but after knight f4, I don't see good ideas for black. Okay, rook a2 probably, knight takes e6, king takes e6. Yes, it's some play. Yes, and now knight f4 was my recommendation, but probably rook a2 is possible. Yes, but after rook a2, king e5 looks like winning for white. Knight should go somewhere and white has d5. Okay, knight f8 also, and then rook takes e4. Still some game, so it's... This slide f takes e6, so, okay, f4, rook d2, f5, okay. Rook takes d4, king e5, rook takes g4, f takes e6. Yes, probably you are right. King f7 lost, king g7, e7. But is it winning? Okay, after f takes e6, I'm playing king g7. If e7, rook g1. And how white can win this? I don't see. f3 he played. So... Yes, but if promote knight, for draw it's enough to give rook against pawn a4. So he played f3. Okay, knight f4 was my recommendation, but he didn't play this. Okay, after knight f4, probably rook b4 also necessary to consider. Okay, he played a3. Okay, I don't know the theory of if pawn on a5 is stopped I think should be winning for white, but I'm not so sure about rules of Troitsky. So f3, its idea to just protect the pawns. If rook d2 to have king e3. So Shankland played rook b3, but now black has no special threats, so now white can do something. And now f4 is possible. And f5 is coming. Because black has no rook d2 anymore. So f4 and f5 looks like winning. Of course, it's not only move, because black has no threat, even rook h4, it's... no, rook h4, knight g5. But rook h4. Okay, f4 is the most logical now. Knight f4, rook b4, king d5, not so convincing, because black has knight f8 and then rook takes a4. But okay, I don't see any problem with f4 now. So f4, rook a3, only move, what else? f5, where? F5, knight takes d4. So this doesn't work, surprisingly. Okay, so f4 seems good, but after rook a3, not f5, but knight b6. Rook b3 also. And still some work. White is not winning automatically. Okay, how to win? Let me think. This. I am considering rook g1, rook a3, knight b6, rook b3, knight c4, rook b4, knight e5 check, king f8 also. King c6, for example. Knight c6, rook takes a4, king e5. Okay, it's quite promising, but... So rook g1, rook a3, knight b6. Rook b3. Knight c4, rook b4, knight e5 check. So king f8 is only move because king e7, knight c6. So king f8 only move. Now knight c6. But if my rook on g2, black has rook c4. Rook c4, king d5. So knight c6, rook takes a4, king e5. So very promising, but still some play. King f7, for example. Okay. What else? How to improve technical? Okay. I don't know. Probably solve many puzzles. Okay. Analyze carefully games. How great players playing end games. So you can see even this game, White has 2 pawns up, but still not so easy to win. So maybe f4 if rook a3, knight b6 at the moment. Rook b3 is only move. Now knight c4. Rook b4 is only move. But still play. Knight f4, rook b4, king d5, knight f8. I didn't see anything convincing, and then rook takes a4 in next move. So result of the game still unclear. So my idea was rook g2, like promising idea. Rook g2, rook h3, knight b6, rook b3, knight c4, rook b4, knight e5 check, king f8, knight c6, rook takes a4, and king e5. So this was my idea. King f7, and if d5, knight f4. Still fight. What else? White winning? Yeah, I have seen this idea, but after rook h7, king f8. Why? King f6 is possible. King f6. Yes, it's possible, but it's not easy to calculate this. So you need to be sure that winning in all lines. For example, rook h7, king e8, knight f6 and d. Okay, it should be winning, but it require accurate play. So rook h4, yes, it's good idea. Okay, goodbye. Only one game left. Vidit has excellent chances to join to the leaders, but still a fight. Shankland demonstrates very good level of resistance, even if he will lost the game, so it wasn't easy. So anyway, my recommendation was knight f4 in move 51. Because it looks like more concrete than... but rook b4. Rook b4. Knight e6, king e6, white is losing a4 pawn. This is not so convincing anyway. Yes, but if rook b4, white has idea, knight takes e6, king takes e6, king f3, and black cannot take immediately because of d5. Okay, but... Yes, knight f4, one move later, it's possible as well. You are right. So what we have now on the board? So this position. Okay, interesting to see what we'll choose with it. Yeah, f4 rook a3. Yes, I considered this, but didn't find concrete win. Of course, after f4 rook a3, white can consider something like king e5, rook takes a4, f5, but it's still some play. So usually in such position, if you have white, you want to see clear win. White has many ideas. Also, king e5 can be considered. If rook takes f3, rook h4. But okay, rook h4 now. If it works, it's a good idea. If knight g5, king f5, knight takes f3, rook h7 is winning. But the question if it's really winning or not. Very likely, but knight e3, rook b4, not allowing d5. So rook h4 probably is the most technical move. Knight g5, king f5. Knight takes f3, rook h7. Sorry. So after rook h7, what to do? If king f8, king f6. If king g8, knight f6 check and king g6. So black need to go to e8 immediately or with king on f6. So king e8. But after king e8, white has idea knight c7 check and then knight e6 and d5, and it should be winning. f4 he played. But how he will win? It's still not clear. Rook a3. Only move, and surely Champlain will play this because he has no choice at all. If knight b6, rook b3, come back. We're considering. Okay, white has also idea after rook a3 to play king a5, rook takes a4, d5, f5 simply. But even knight c5 is necessary to consider in that case. So your proposition knight b6, rook b3, knight c4, yes, I proposed this, but rook b4. And after knight e5. Okay, against London, knight f6 and this is good system in my opinion. So after d4, knight f6, if bishop f4, d6 is good system in my opinion. And if knight c3, c6, with idea e4, queen a5. If knight f3, g6, and then bishop g6. If e3, knight h5 is possible with this idea. It's quite a sharp game. So if white start knight f3, okay, You can play c5, and this is not London. The best for white is okay. Maybe not the best. The most aggressive for white is d5 here. Of course, also possible c4. It's English opening. Or d5, g6, knight c3, d6. In these positions. Benoni, do you like to play this instead of London? Yes, but in this variation, after knight e5, my proposition wasn't king f6, but king f8. Bishop f4, c5, yes, it's another interesting line. And now, according to theory, after d5, b5 is okay for black. So queen b6 is not good line because here, with idea e4, white has more than enough compensation for the pawn. So b5 is good line. But after c5, the main problem is e3, and if queen b6, knight c3. And if queen takes b2, knight b5, it's just a draw by move repetition. But white has knight g2, and this idea something like this, if c takes d, something like this, and g4 now, and white has very good compensation for the pawn. So this is the main problem if you play in c5. Of course, after e3, queen b6 is not only move, it's possible to play d5 or c takes d4, e takes d4, and d5 now, but this is like Caro-Kann, so it's same line like here, if e4, c6, d4, d5, e takes d5, c takes d5, bishop f4, so if black plays knight f6. Also, black can play knight c6 and try to play without knight f6 at all. For example, this, or f6 immediately. Or knight g7 is possible. Idea to prepare f6 and then g5, something like this. Yes, I proposed this line. f5, and I stopped it. This is promising for white, but there is no total guarantee for it. Okay, but here more popular bishop d3. Bishop f4 is possible as well, but bishop d3 is more popular move order. Fischer played this against Petrosyan. Here bishop f4, bishop g4, queen b3. Another playable line is g6, of course, for black here. Some players not hurry with knight c6 and play knight f6 with idea bishop g4 and knight bd7 in some moments. So, matter of taste. Okay, so Vidit has only 5 minutes, so there is no guarantee he will win. Knight d5. So he repeat moves. He wants to improve. King e5. Yes, it was also my proposition, but I wasn't sure about rook takes a4, f5, knight c5. How to win here. Or maybe knight f8 is possible as well. Okay, anyway, black should take on a4, and after f5, knight c5 or knight f8. So one of these moves After knight c5, f6 is possible. And if knight e6, rook h4, knight f8. After knight f8, f6 is possible as well. So, but anyway, it's not clear win. So knight f8, for example, f6, knight e6. If rook h4, knight f8 back. And so black still on the game. So knight f6, idea if bishop f4, bishop g4. When white cannot go queen b3. So if c3, maybe bishop g4 as well. So now queen b3 is possible. Okay, but for example, queen c8. If h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, takes, g5, white is winning the pawn, but black probably has some compensation after knight c6. I'm not sure it's enough compensation or not, but okay, white has weakness. For example, after knight f3, knight b6 is possible. If not knight f3, black has idea to push e5 in some moment. So this is not so easy. Maybe objectively white is better somehow, but in practical game, everything is possible. I'm not sure, maybe even queen c7 is possible as well. Because usually if you play queen c7, okay, now knight a3 probably. With idea if a6, bishop f4. It's important idea in this type of position. Immediately bishop f4 was not possible because after queen takes f4, queen c1, mate is threat. But now after queen takes f4, queen b7, knight f8. Okay, but still necessary to check this. I don't know. Maybe black has contraplay. Or something like this. If black wants to avoid this, queen c8 is more safe. Knight f8, okay. Knight f6, okay, it's very popular line now, and take with e-pawn. Totally possible to play. Now bishop f4 is logical. With idea knight d2 and, for example, this e6, knight f3, bishop h5, castle, bishop e7. This is my game against Kravnik. King d6. So because king d6. Because of this move, I had idea to play knight c5. So if image that black knight on c5, there is idea knight b3 attack pawn d4. And after f6, rook takes d4 is possible. No direct mate. So I wasn't sure that knight f8 is the best. Probably knight c5 was stronger. Because now white has very unpleasant threat rook e4, rook e7. And what to do with black? Probably knight f8 is just mistake. Probably knight c5 was better. Okay, I'm not totally sure, but the problem is that I don't see what to do now with black, because rook e4, rook e7, it's very unpleasant threat. And how to fight with this? With knight on c5, knight b3 was my idea. If f6, rook takes d4. Rook g7, king f8, and at least there is no direct mate. Well, but probably after knight c5, rook h4 was possible. And white still has excellent winning chances. Okay, so how to fight with black, or is it possible to fight somehow in this bad position? Maybe knight h7 with idea if rook e4, knight g5. But after knight h7, f6 wins immediately. If knight takes f6, rook f4. Knight h7 doesn't work, so what to do? Should be winning for white. So what is this? Knight e2. Totally not clear for me. So if, for example, this, white wants Queen c8, mate. Yes, of course I see idea rook e4, rook e7. Another trap here. So if now knight f6, white can play c3. And if now bishop g4, queen b3, black cannot play queen d7 because bishop takes b8, winning the piece. If rook takes b8, bishop b5, if queen e6, bishop e5. So after queen b3, necessary to play queen c8, go to main line after knight d2 and knight f3. I also see position like this. So d4, knight f6, bishop d4, d5, e3, c5, c3, knight c6, knight d2, e6, knight f3. And now this line is possible. It was game Krivoruchko Dominguez. Dominguez Krivoruchko. Bishop e3 played Dominguez, bishop d6, knight e5, g6. What? If black playing this, so necessary to be prepared against this line. If queen b6, d takes c5, and bishop b5, g6, this is complicated line. And another line, if black is taken immediately, knight b3, this idea a4, a5. Another interesting recommendation against London, he played knight h7 and now f6 wins immediately. Another interesting idea against London after d4 to play e6 and after bishop f4 c5 and after e3 this looks like totally crazy, but according to Vyacheslav Eingor, this is equal position. White can force draw, rook b1 and rook a1, but if they want to play, it's a very sharp position. You can read the book of Vyacheslav Eingor, Rock Solid Chess Opening, probably. I will try to find and show. I mean this book. So in this book you can find this variation. Yes, of course, after e6, e4 is possible. That's true. But not everybody who started with first move e4 is ready to play French with white. Okay, now, okay, how to win? Rook h4, knight g5 is possible. So, knight b6 is good idea. Knight b6 is winning. If knight takes f6, rook f4. If rook b4, rook takes f6 check, king g7, king e5, and all is protected. If not, knight takes f6, knight d7 check, and so knight b6 wins immediately. Not so difficult to find. But okay, everything is possible after very tough long games. But okay. Vidit is young Indian man, so has a lot of energy, so it's very small chance that he will not find knight b6. King e5, incredible. Okay, probably this is winning as well, but he missed knight b6, very nice resource. Okay, now some play rook a1, for example. Yes, incredible. Knight b6 so simple. It's very strange. It's difficult to understand why so strong players missed such simple opportunities like knight b6 here and after knight f6, rook f4. It's very easy to calculate. Okay, time pressure. Okay, long game, tough. He was tired. Okay, so king e5 he played. Okay, d4, yes, yes. d4, knight f6, bishop f4, d5, e3, c5. Okay, so bishop d6, I didn't understand where. So, okay, if Vidit didn't play it, knight b6. Something unpredictable is possible. Okay. Anyway, it looks like totally winning for white after king f5, for example, with idea king g6. I don't see any. Okay, where bishop d6? Can you put all of moves from move 1 till 8 bishop d6 if you want my answer? Now king f5 looks very promising. And king g6 next. d4, knight f6. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, I know. So d4, knight f6, bishop f4, d5, e3, c5, knight f3, knight d6, knight bd2, cd. Yes, it was Korobov played this. Yes, I see this idea. Bishop f5, yes, c3, e6, queen b3, bishop d6. Queen takes b7, bishop takes f4, queen takes c6, king f8. So I just have seen that Korobov played this with black, but never analyzed this position. So I don't know. Knight f4. Okay, also. Looks very promising. So it looks like, okay, I don't know, it requires special analysis. Okay, it's to play classical chess, or it depends if opponent is prepared or not. So if white is playing without preparation, okay, black has good practical chances, but if opponent has preparation, I don't know, probably there is some refutation, I don't know. Well, for example, if I play g3, if I don't know anything, what is ideas in this bishop h6 or what? So if bishop h6, my idea was to play knight e5. Probably this is bad, I don't know, but I am just trying to understand what is going on here. Because for me, nothing is obvious in this position. Okay, so what to do? Rook e1, king f5, rook f1 maybe. But d5, a4, d6. No hope. So we will have three leaders after round one. So interesting beginning of strong tournament. Three decisive games. And white won in all of them. Bishop d6. Okay. Okay, if, for example, something like queen a6. Rook b8. Rook b8 probably. If knight b3, queen c7. And I cannot play bishop d3. Tomorrow I'm not planning to stream online, but probably I will do a short report after finishing in the evening. So king f5, it's time to resign. Yes, black has compensation. King g3, bishop d6. Knight h4 is possible to consider as well. No. What is this? G6? Yeah, maybe. Okay, thanks. This. Rook b8, queen c2. What is this? Okay, so what he is thinking? Rook g8 is winning immediately. If knight f8, knight e6. What happened? He lost on time? This is a joke. I need to refresh. Some problem with translation. Aha, after move. Aha, more time will be added. Aha. Aha, you mean rook b1 here? Okay. It's also logical. Probably idea is king d1, king c2 in some moment. I don't know. Okay, I played against Morozevich. D takes e5, d4, knight f3, knight c6, g3, knight g7, bishop g2, knight g6, castle, takes, knight a3, but I don't know if it is enough advantage. Also good idea, as I know, for white. This is good idea, as I know. This, knight b3, and e4, and this, and then f takes e3, and compensation is not totally enough, according to theory. Because d5 he played. Okay, any move is winning, but I would prefer knight e6. Seems me more simple. But okay, it doesn't mean that there is something wrong with d5. A3 line, yes, A3 line I know there is theory. Morozevich explained it, something like this, a5, something like this. Right, if I remember correctly. Bishop, something like this, e3, bishop e6, something. Okay, but it's better to ask Morozevich about this. It was game. Gelf and Morozevich. Difficult to say. Both are dubious, but Chigorin is more dubious by positional reasons. Okay, Albin because of his sacrificed pawn. But okay, actually both is playable if you are well prepared. Okay, time to resign, I think. There is no defense against knight e6. If rook f1, king e5. If king f7, rook g7 check and knight e6. So game is over. So d4, f5, g4, Alekhine played d5, as I remember. No, he played d5 after queen d3. He played d5. But after g4, d5 is good as well. Not necessarily takes the pawn. So I should wait when Sam will resign. Scandinavian gambit, knight f6, you mean, or what? What is Scandinavian gambit? And what is modern variation? I have no idea. So long today. Surely I would prefer to play. So, but okay. It's problematic now because of COVID situation. Because of this, I'm coaching, I'm streaming, I'm doing other things. I'm doing what I can do. At least I'm trying. So Morozevich wrote excellent book about Chigorin defense. So probably good idea ask him to write book about Albin contrambit. If he is not focused on Go now. As I know, he likes to play Go very much. during last time. In Go, I am not expert. Caro-Kann. Okay. Firouzja likes to play Caro-Kann. You can follow his games carefully. Who else? Vichy like it to play. I don't know about now. Okay. Together with Morozevich, it was book written by not Alexander himself, but by Alexei Kuzmin, as I know. Artemiev, yes, Artemiev plays Caro-Kann as well. True, that's true. Anton Gehar also. It's a mystery. What is Simkin now? C6 and knight takes c6. Okay, it's not so, too solid. If you want to play this, it's better to play. So, I mean, if you consider this, so my advice is attract your attention on this opening. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, e takes d4, c3, or immediately. Instead, knight f3, d4, e takes d4, c3. Alekhine played this against Verlinsky and won very nice game. It was d takes c3, knight takes c3, knight c6, bishop c4, d6, knight f3, knight f6, queen b3. Yes, queen e7 is possible, but after queen e7, c takes d4, queen takes e4, bishop e3, white still have compensation. It's not so clear. So queen b3, queen d7, knight g5. Knight e5, bishop b5, c6, f4. C takes b5, this. And now Verlinsky played something bad. According to modern theory, rook a5 is the best move here. a5 with idea a4. But Verlinsky played something bad and Alekhine won nice game. After queen e7 it's possible, but here white has compensation. It's not so easy, at least. Okay, black has many ideas. But for example, if to play bishop b4, knight f3, for example, if knight d5, queen d2 is possible, if castle, bishop d3, and then castle, for example, queen g4, h3, queen takes g2, not possible because rook h2, queen h5, castle, d6, and now knight e2. Situation is unpleasant for black. because problem with queen or with bishop. Okay, but now after bishop e3, interesting idea, knight f6, knight c3, queen e7. If knight f3, queen d8, and then bishop e7 and castle, but still white has some compensation here. So this is not a refutation. Okay, so they are still playing. Totally hopeless. So I mean bishop d3, bishop e7, castle, castle. And then d6 on next move. So yes, queen h4 scotch more or less same time of position after knight b5. Yes, so finally he will resign. I hope. Not because I feel something negative to Shankland, but I think I deserved some relax. And objectively, I see that black has no hope anymore. But the difference here, if knight c3, knight c6, white can play bishop c4 now instead of knight f3, because after knight f3, black has possibility bishop c5. After bishop c4, black cannot play bishop c5 because of bishop takes f7, queen h5 check, or queen d5 is big advantage. And after bishop b4, knight f3, d6, castle, bishop takes c3, knight f6, e5, that is compensation was enough for equality at least. Not yet, but after king b7, he will or not? Idea if d takes e5, knight g5, of course. But interesting that computer suggests queen takes d1 here. And after bishop takes f7, king d8. After rook takes d1, bishop d7. According to computer, this position is playable for black. It looks pretty strange, but who knows? From human reasons, it looks very bad for black. But according to computer, it's somehow playable. So if bishop a3, king c8 is idea. So main defensive idea if bishop a3, king c8, if knight e6, bishop e8. So this is a suggestion of computer. And if bishop takes a8, take with knight. Okay, white can try this. king c8, knight e6. But now probably knight a5. Something like this. Typical computer tricks. Knight takes g7, knight takes b3, and rook g8. Suddenly white has problem with his knight. So probably he will play till the mate or what? It's his plan. He has nothing to comment. Я не знаю, кто играл сильнее, мы или они. Сложно сказать. Теория слишком сильно изменилась, и она влияет на качество игры. Если человек получает знакомую позицию, уже знает, что делать, и он бережет силы для дальнейшей партии. Троицкий, I don't remember this table of Троицкий. I never had two knights against pawn in my practice. But okay, it's possible. Open the book and check. So, according to computer, this is playable position for black. I don't know, should I believe it or not? In 1 minute, without increment, I think good chance that I will do it. But okay, it depends of speed of my hand speed, not my mental possibilities. Да, спасибо. Тебе тоже, Александр. Желаю дальнейших успехов. Я как-то спросил Сутовского, есть ли у меня шансы сыграть в Вайконзе еще до пандемии. Где-то лет 5 тому назад он мне сказал конкретно, с твоим рейтингом шансов нет никаких. И я успокоился. Ну, что делать? Это не самое главное в жизни, но турнир интересный. Я играл в Вайконзе несколько раз, мне очень нравится эта атмосфера. Okay, so yes. Okay, thanks for attention. It was long game, 3 decisive game. We have 3 leaders. No, okay, I'm planning to comment each round, but not all rounds I will do online. Some rounds I will annotate games after they will finish. because to do online, it's not easy every day. So, but at least I will be here. Bye.